I have lived in the Pacific Northwest for 32 years, and I have spent at least half of that time exploring the deep timber of the Cascade Range. People often ask me if I am afraid of bears or mountain lions when I go out there alone. I usually tell them that animals follow a set of rules that you can understand if you study them long enough. Animals want food or they want to be left alone. They do not have malice. They do not play games with your mind. It is the things that do not follow rules that you have to worry about. This happened 10 years ago when I was 22 years old. I was younger then, and I possessed that specific kind of arrogance that comes with being physically fit and experienced in the outdoors. I thought I knew every sound the woods could make. I thought I understood the limits of what was possible in the dark. I had decided to take a solo trip into a valley about 4 hours east of Seattle. It was late October, and the air had that sharp metallic scent that happens right before the first real freeze of the season. My goal was to reach a small, unnamed lake tucked into a granite cirque about 9 miles from the trailhead. I started late in the afternoon because of a flat tire on the Forest Service road. By the time I shouldered my pack and locked my truck, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I knew the sun would be behind the peaks within 2 hours. Most sensible hikers would have slept in their truck and started at dawn, but I was stubborn. I had a new headlamp and a lightweight tent that I wanted to test out. I figured I could make the first 6 miles of the trail before it got truly dark, and then navigate the final 3 miles by light. The first 4 miles went exactly as planned. The trail was a soft carpet of pine needles and damp earth. The only sounds were the rhythmic thumping of my boots and the occasional scolding of a squirrel high in the canopy. I felt strong and capable. I remember thinking that the silence of the woods felt like a heavy blanket. It was peaceful. However, looking back, I realized that the silence was actually the first warning. Usually the woods are noisy with birds and insects, but as I climbed higher into the valley, the atmosphere began to shift. The air became unnaturally still. Not a single branch swayed. The wind had died down completely. It felt as if the forest was holding its breath. By 6 o'clock, the shadows had stretched out and merged into a single gray gloom. I pulled my headlamp from the side pocket of my pack and strapped it to my forehead. The beam of light sliced through the darkness and illuminated the trail ahead of me. The dust motes danced in the light, and for a moment I felt a strange sense of isolation. When you wear a headlamp, your world shrinks to a small circle of light about 20 feet in front of you. Everything outside of that circle is an absolute void. You lose your peripheral vision, and your ears start to work overtime to compensate for the lack of sight. I reached the 6-mile marker, which was a large cedar tree that had been split by lightning years ago. This was where the official trail ended and the social trail began. It was much narrower and overgrown with huckleberry bushes. I had to slow my pace to avoid tripping over hidden roots and rocks. Every time my nylon jacket brushed against a branch, it sounded like a loud crack in the stillness. I found myself stopping every few minutes to listen. I told myself I was just checking for bears. I told myself that the nervous energy in my chest was just the result of too much caffeine and a long drive. At 7:30 in the evening, I reached a flat, rocky outcrop overlooking a small creek. I was exhausted and my legs felt like lead. The unnamed lake was still a mile away, but the terrain had become much steeper. I decided to break my own rule and set up camp right there instead of pushing through to the lake. There was a small patch of level dirt near a cluster of hemlock trees that looked perfect for my tent. I went through the motions of setting up camp with practiced efficiency. I pitched the tent and threw my sleeping bag inside. I did not bother making a fire because I did not want to deal with the cleanup in the morning. I just wanted to eat a cold protein bar and sleep. While I was filtering water from the creek, I heard the first anomaly. It was a soft dragging sound. It came from the dense brush about 30 feet behind my tent. It sounded like something heavy being pulled slowly across the dry needles. I froze with the water filter in my hand. I turned my head slowly and aimed my headlamp toward the noise. The beam of light hit the wall of hemlock branches, but I saw nothing. The dragging sound stopped the instant my light hit the trees. I waited for a full minute without moving. My heart was thumping against my ribs. I told myself it was a porcupine or perhaps a deer moving through the undergrowth. I went back to my tent and crawled inside. I zipped the rain fly shut and felt a small sense of relief. There is a psychological trick the mind plays where it thinks a thin layer of polyester fabric is as strong as a brick wall. I laid down on my back and stared at the ceiling of the tent. The silence was even more profound now. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears. I tried to close my eyes, but every time I did, I felt a strange, prickling sensation on the back of my neck. It was that feeling you get when you know someone is staring at you from across a crowded room. It is a primal instinct that humans have retained from our ancestors who were hunted by predators in the tall grass. I checked my watch. It was 8:15. I tried to rationalize the dragging sound again. It was probably just a branch falling or a small animal. I'm a grown man in a secure tent with a knife and bear spray. I have nothing to fear. I repeated these thoughts like a mantra until my breathing slowed down. I finally began to drift off into a light sleep. It was not a deep sleep, but that hazy middle ground where you are still somewhat aware of your surroundings. I was startled awake by a very specific sound. It was the sound of a zipper. It was not the zipper of my tent because I would have felt the vibration. It was the sound of a zipper on a jacket. It was a short, sharp, rasping noise that lasted only a second. It came from directly outside the head of my tent. My eyes flew open and I lay perfectly still. I did not breathe. I listened with such intensity that it felt like my ears were straining. There was nothing but the sound of the creek in the distance. Then I heard a soft exhale. It was a long, slow breath of air being released through a nose. It was so close that I could almost imagine I felt the slight displacement of air through the tent wall. My skin turned to ice. A deer does not breathe like that. A bear has a much heavier and more guttural breath. This was the breath of a human being. Someone was standing less than 2 feet away from my head, just on the other side of the thin tent fabric. I reached out my hand and slowly felt around for my headlamp, which was sitting next to my sleeping pad. My fingers trembled as I gripped the plastic casing. I knew I had to look. I could not just sit there in the dark waiting for whatever was out there to make the next move. I sat up slowly and tried to make as little noise as possible. The nylon of my sleeping bag crunched beneath me, and the sound felt as loud as a gunshot in the silence. I waited to see if the person outside would react. There was no movement, no footsteps retreating, no more breathing, just a heavy and oppressive presence. I moved to the front of the tent where the door was located. I gripped the zipper pull of the tent door. I decided that I would zip it down quickly and shine my light directly into the face of whoever was out there. I counted to 3 in my head. 1, 2, 3. I yanked the zipper down and lunged forward with my headlamp clicked to the highest brightness setting. The beam of light cut through the dark, and for the first second I saw nothing but the empty campsite and the dark trunks of the trees. I panned the light left and then right. The woods looked exactly as they had when I went asleep. I stepped out of the tent and stood up and scanned the perimeter of the clearing. There was no one there. I walked around to the back of the tent where I had heard the breathing. The ground was covered in thick needles and I could not see any footprints. I felt a wave of embarrassment wash over me. I was jumping at shadows. I was letting my imagination run wild because I was alone in the mountains. I stood there for a few minutes and let the cold air wake me up. I looked up at the stars and tried to calm my racing heart. I was about to crawl back into my tent when I noticed something odd. My backpack, which I had left leaning against a tree 5 feet away, was now lying flat on the ground. The top flap was open. I knew for a fact that I had buckled it shut before I went to bed. I walked over to it and looked inside. Nothing seemed to be missing. My food bag was still there, and my stove was still tucked in the side pocket. But as I reached down to close the flap, I saw a small white object sitting on top of my spare socks. I picked it up and held it under the light. It was a small stone. It was a perfectly smooth river pebble that was completely out of place among the jagged granite of this high valley. It looked like it had been polished by water for years. It was cold to the touch. I felt a renewed surge of dread. Someone had opened my pack and placed this stone inside while I was sleeping. They had been that close to me. They had been quiet enough to open a buckle and a drawstring without waking me up. I did not go back to sleep. I sat in the middle of my tent with my back against the center pole and my bear spray in one hand and my knife in the other. I kept my headlamp turned off to save the battery, but I kept my thumb on the button. Every time a leaf skittered across the ground or a branch creaked, I felt a jolt of adrenaline. The hours passed with agonizing slowness. I watched the glowing numbers on my watch. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. The forest remained silent. There were no more dragging sounds and no more breathing. I began to wonder if I had hallucinated the whole thing. Perhaps I had not buckled my pack correctly. Perhaps the stone had been in there since my last trip to the coast, and I had simply forgotten about it. The mind is very good at creating rational explanations for terrifying events when the sun is about to come up. I almost convinced myself that I was safe. I almost convinced myself that there was nobody else in this valley. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky began to turn a very pale shade of indigo. The transition from total darkness to the first hint of light is always the most unsettling time in the woods. The shapes of the trees start to resolve, but they look distorted and strange. I decided that I was done with this trip. I was going to pack up my gear as soon as there was enough light to see, and I was going to hike the 6 miles back to my truck without stopping. I did not care about the unnamed lake anymore. I just wanted to be around people. I reached out and unzipped the tent door just a few inches to check the light level outside. The air was freezing and a thin layer of frost had formed on the grass. I looked out at the clearing and saw that everything was still. I felt a sense of relief. The night was over. I had survived my own paranoia. I pulled the zipper down the rest of the way and prepared to step out. That was when I saw it. About 10 feet away from my tent, there was a large boulder that I had used as a table for my water filter. Sitting on top of that boulder was a row of stones. There were 5 of them. They were all identical to the one I had found in my pack. They were lined up in a perfectly straight line pointing directly at the door of my tent. They had not been there when I checked the clearing an hour ago. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not a mistake. This was not a forgotten memory from a previous trip. Someone was out there right now. They were watching me from the shadows and they were moving around my camp with total silence. They were playing a game. I felt a cold, heavy weight settle in the pit of my stomach. I realized that I was not the predator in these woods. I was not even an observer. I was the prey. I grabbed my boots and pulled them on without tying the laces. I stuffed my sleeping bag into my pack with frantic movements. I did not care about folding the tent. I just ripped the stakes out of the ground and bundled the whole thing into a messy pile. My hands were shaking so hard that I dropped my water bottle twice. I kept looking over my shoulder and spinning around every time I heard the slightest sound. The gray light of dawn was making the shadows look like crouching figures. Every stump looked like a person waiting to spring. I finally had everything shoved into my pack. It was heavy and unbalanced, but I did not care. I threw the straps over my shoulders and buckled the waist belt. I took one last look at the row of stones on the boulder. They looked so deliberate and so clinical. I turned toward the trail and began to walk. I did not walk at a normal pace. I was moving as fast as I could without actually running. I knew that if I started to run, I would lose control of my fear, and I would likely trip and break an ankle. I had only gone about 100 yards when I heard a sound that made me stop dead in my tracks. It was a whistle. It was a short, high-pitched note that sounded exactly like a human mimicking a bird. It came from the ridge to my left. A second later, a matching whistle came from the woods to my right. They were communicating. I was being flanked. I did not think. I did not plan. I simply turned and began to sprint down the trail. The weight of the pack bounced against my spine, and the unlaced boots felt loose on my feet, but I did not slow down. I crashed through the huckleberry bushes and leapt over fallen logs. My lungs burned in the cold air and my vision blurred at the edges. I kept waiting to see a figure step out from behind a tree. I kept waiting to feel a hand reach out and grab the back of my pack. I ran for what felt like miles but was likely only 20 minutes. I reached the lightning-struck cedar tree that marked the beginning of the main trail. I stopped for a second to catch my breath and lean against the trunk. My heart was hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I listened. The woods were silent again. No whistles, no footsteps, just the distant sound of the creek. I looked back the way I had come. The trail disappeared into the dark green wall of the forest. I saw nothing. No one was following me. I took a deep breath and tried to steady my nerves. Maybe I had misinterpreted the whistles. Maybe they were just birds after all. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and reached down to tie my bootlaces. I was bent over with my head near my knees when I felt a sudden shift in the air. It was a change in pressure, like someone had just stepped very close to me. I looked up. My face was inches away from another face. It was a man. He was crouching right in front of me as if he had been waiting for me to lean down. His skin was the color of old parchment, and his eyes were a pale, watery blue. He was not wearing a jacket despite the freezing cold. He was wearing a thin, tattered shirt that looked like it belonged in a different decade. He was not blinking. He was just staring at me with an expression of intense curiosity. His face was so close that I could smell the scent of damp earth and rot on his breath. He did not say a word. He just tilted his head slightly to the side and smiled. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of someone who had just found something very interesting and was decided what to do with it. I recoiled with a force that sent me tumbling backward over a mossy log. My heavy pack acted like an anchor and pinned me to the damp forest floor while my legs flailed in the air. I scrambled to find my footing and expected the man to pounce on me at any second. However, when I finally managed to roll onto my knees and face the cedar tree, he was gone. There was no sound of retreating footsteps and no rustle of leaves. The spot where he had been crouching was empty. The morning light was still weak, but it was bright enough to see that there was no place for a human to hide within 20 feet of that tree. I stood up and felt a cold sweat soak through my base layer. My hands were shaking so violently that I could barely grip the straps of my pack. I did not look back. I did not check for tracks. I simply turned and began to run again. This time I did not care about my pace or my heart rate. I ran with the desperate, mindless energy of an animal that has just seen the butcher knife. The trail was wider here, but the trees seemed to lean in closer than before. Every shadow looked like a man crouching. Every pale patch of lichen on a tree trunk looked like a pair of watery blue eyes. The silence of the woods was now a weapon. I wanted to scream just to break the quiet, but I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, I would hear a chorus of whistles responding to me. I reached a switchback where the trail dropped down into a darker section of the valley. The air temperature plummeted as I descended into the shadow of the western ridge. My breath came in ragged gasps that sounded like a saw cutting through bone. I kept expecting to feel a hand on my shoulder or a tripwire across the path. As I rounded a sharp bend, I saw something that made me skid to a stop. In the middle of the trail sat a single pile of gear. It was my own stove and my water filter. I had packed them into the side pockets of my backpack before I left the campsite. I reached back and felt the mesh pockets on the side of my pack. They were empty. The zippers were open. Someone had been running behind me and reaching into my pack while I was sprinting. They had been close enough to touch me, and I had not felt a thing. They had taken my belongings and placed them perfectly in the center of the trail ahead of me. I looked at the stove and the filter. They were arranged side by side with the same clinical precision as the stones on the boulder. It was a message. It was a demonstration of speed and stealth that defied everything I knew about human movement. I was moving at a full run, and yet this person or these people were moving faster and quieter through the dense brush. They were playing with me. I was a toy in a game I did not understand. I did not stop to pick up my gear. I stepped over the items and kept running. I felt a surge of nausea. I realized that my truck was still 5 miles away. 5 miles of trail that wound through deep ravines and thick thickets of willow. I was alone and unarmed except for a small folding knife that felt like a toothpick against the vastness of the forest. I reached into my waist belt pocket to grab my bear spray, but my hand met empty fabric. The holster was empty. The orange canister was gone. I stopped and turned in a circle and scanned the canopy. I looked for a flash of that tattered shirt or the glint of a pale eye. There was nothing but the indifferent trees. I felt a sob rise in my throat, but I forced it down. If I gave in to the panic, I would be dead. I had to keep moving. I had to reach the Forest Service road. Once I was on the gravel road, I would be in the open. I could run faster on the flat ground. I pushed forward and my legs began to cramp from the sudden exertion. The trail crossed a small wooden footbridge over a dry creek bed. As my boots hit the planks, the sound echoed through the canyon. It was a hollow drumming noise. I looked down into the creek bed and saw a row of people standing there. There were 3 of them. They were all dressed in the same faded, tattered clothing. They stood perfectly still and looked up at me as I crossed the bridge. They did not move to climb up the bank. They did not shout. They simply watched me with that same expression of intense curiosity. One was an older woman with hair like tangled gray wool. The other 2 were younger men who looked like brothers. They all had the same pale skin and the same watery blue eyes. They did not look like hikers or hunters. They looked like they had grown out of the earth itself. I did not stop to look at them for more than a second. I bolted across the bridge and scrambled up the opposite bank. I could hear my own pulse thundering in my ears. I expected to hear them climbing up behind me, but the only sound was the wind beginning to pick up in the high branches. I reached the 4-mile marker. The trail here was a long, straight stretch through a stand of old-growth Douglas fir. I could see for a few hundred yards ahead. The path was clear. I tried to slow my breathing and think. Who were these people? Why were they stalking me? There were no houses for 20 miles. There were no other cars at the trailhead when I arrived. They were not trying to rob me because they had left my expensive stove and filter on the ground. They were not trying to kill me yet, or they would have done it while I was sleeping. They were hunting me for sport. I felt a sharp pain in my side, but I did not stop. I passed a large rock formation and saw a 4th person sitting on top of it. It was a young girl no older than 10 years old. She was wearing a dress that might have been blue once but was now the color of dust. She was holding a small white stone in her hand. As I ran past, she stood up and tossed the stone at me. It struck my pack with a soft thud. She did not laugh. She just watched me with a blank stare. The trail began to climb again, and I felt my strength fading. I had not eaten anything since the previous afternoon, and the adrenaline was starting to wear off and leave me hollow and weak. I reached the 3-mile marker. I was more than halfway to the truck. The sun was finally high enough to hit the valley floor, and the light was bright and harsh. It did not make me feel safer. In the bright light, the forest looked even more alien. The shadows were sharper, and the colors of the needles and bark were too vivid. I heard a rustle in the bushes to my right. I turned my head and saw a man running parallel to me. He was moving through the thick undergrowth with the grace of a predator. He was not looking at the ground. He was looking at me. He was matching my pace effortlessly and stepping over logs and through brambles as if they were not there. He was smiling. It was the same man I had seen at the cedar tree. He raised a hand and waved at me. It was a slow and mocking gesture. I pushed myself harder. My toes were slamming into the front of my boots, and my knees felt like they were filled with broken glass. I reached a section of the trail that was carved into a steep hillside. To my left was a vertical wall of rock, and to my right was a sheer drop of 50 feet down to the river. There was nowhere to run but forward. I saw the man disappear into a thicket ahead of me. I knew he was waiting for me at the other end. I reached for my knife and opened the blade. It was a 4-inch piece of steel that felt pathetic in my hand. I held it out in front of me as I rounded the corner. The trail was empty. I stood there for a moment and gasped for air. I looked at the river below. The water was churning over white boulders. I considered jumping. If I jumped, I might survive the fall and the current would carry me away from these people. But the river was full of downed trees and sharp rocks. It would be suicide. I kept going. The 2-mile marker appeared. I was so close. I could almost hear the sound of a distant engine on the main road. I started to feel a glimmer of hope. Maybe they would stop once I got closer to the trailhead. Maybe they were bound to this specific valley. I turned another corner and my hope vanished. The trail was blocked. A massive pile of logs and branches had been stacked across the path. It was at least 6 feet high and 10 feet thick. It had not been there yesterday. Someone had built this barricade in the few hours since I had passed through. Standing on top of the pile was the man with the tattered shirt. He was holding my bear spray in his right hand. He looked down at me and shook the canister. He seemed to find the rattling sound of the liquid inside amusing. I stopped 10 feet away from the barricade. I was trapped. The rock wall was to my left and the cliff was to my right. I looked at the man and tried to speak, but my throat was too dry. I managed to croak out a single word. Why? The man did not answer. He stepped down from the pile of logs with a fluid motion. He landed on the trail in front of me. He was shorter than I had first thought, but he was built like a bundle of steel cables. His muscles were lean and hard under his thin skin. He took a step toward me and I raised my knife. He did not seem bothered by the weapon. He looked at the blade with the same curiosity he had shown earlier. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of white stones. He held them out toward me in an open palm. They were the same smooth river pebbles. He leaned in close, and I could see the fine lines of dirt etched into his skin. He whispered something in a language I did not recognize. It was a series of soft clicks and whistles that sounded more like a bird than a human. He placed the stones on the ground at my feet in a circle. I realized then that they were not trying to kill me. They were marking me. I was a find. I was something they had collected from the outside world. I felt a wave of horror that was deeper than the fear of death. They were going to keep me. They were going to take me back into the deep woods where the unnamed lakes were, and I would never be seen again. I lunged forward with the knife. I did not aim for his heart or his throat. I just wanted to get him away from me. I swung the blade in a wide arc. The man moved with a speed that was impossible. He did not step back. He stepped inside my guard and grabbed my wrist. His grip was like a cold iron vise. He squeezed until I felt the bones in my arm begin to shift. The knife fell from my numb fingers and clattered onto the rocks. He did not strike me. He just held my wrist and looked into my eyes. His pale blue pupils were huge, and they seemed to swallow the light. I felt a strange sense of lethargy wash over me. The sound of the river faded. The heat of the sun on my neck seemed to disappear. I felt like I was falling into a deep, dark well. Then I heard a sound that broke the spell. It was the sharp blast of a car horn. It was distant but unmistakable. It came from the direction of the trailhead. The man flinched. He turned his head toward the sound and his expression changed from curiosity to irritation. He released my wrist and stepped back. He looked at the barricade of logs and then back at me. He let out a long, low whistle. From the woods above and the river below, I heard several whistles answering him. They sounded disappointed. The man leaned in one last time and pressed a single cold stone into the palm of my hand. He closed my fingers over it and squeezed my hand shut. He leaned toward my ear and made a soft clicking sound. Then he turned and vaulted over the pile of logs as if gravity did not apply to him. He disappeared into the trees on the other side. I did not wait for him to come back. I did not look for my knife. I scrambled up the rock wall to my left. It was a steep and dangerous climb, but I found finger holds in the cracks of the granite. I hauled myself up the slope until I was 30 feet above the trail. I could see the Forest Service road in the distance. A green truck was driving slowly toward the trailhead. It was a Forest Service ranger. I began to scream. I waved my arms and shouted until my voice broke. The truck stopped. A man in a tan uniform stepped out and looked up toward the ridge. I did not wait for him to find me. I began to slide and scramble down the hillside toward the road. I ignored the branches that scratched my face and the rocks that bruised my shins. I hit the gravel of the road and did not stop until I reached the side of the green truck. The ranger looked at me with a mixture of confusion and concern. He asked me if I was okay. He asked me where my gear was and why I was covered in blood and dirt. I tried to tell him about the man and the stones and the barricade. I tried to explain that there were people living in the woods who were not human. The ranger listened to me for a few minutes, and then he walked over to the trail entrance. He looked at the path, and then he looked back at me. He told me that he had just driven past that section of the trail 10 minutes ago, and there was no barricade. He told me that he had been patrolling this area for 20 years, and there was no one living in these mountains. He suggested that I was suffering from dehydration and altitude sickness. He told me that the mind can play tricks on you when you are alone in the wilderness. I looked down at my hand. I was still clutching the object the man had given me. I opened my fingers and expected to see the smooth white river stone, but there was no stone in my palm. My hand was empty. The only thing there was a small circular bruise where the man had squeezed my hand shut. I let the ranger drive me back to my truck. I did not look at the woods as we drove. I did not look at the shadows under the trees. I got into my vehicle and locked the doors and drove away as fast as the forest road would allow. I did not stop until I reached the highway. I did not stop until I was surrounded by streetlights and buildings and the noise of the city. I told myself that the ranger was right. I told myself that I had experienced a psychological break brought on by stress and isolation. I threw my hiking boots in the trash and I sold my backpack. I promised myself that I would never go into the woods again. I spent the next week in a haze of relief and lingering dread. However, on the 8th day, I went to get into my car to go to work. I reached into my pocket for my keys, and my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. I pulled it out and held it in the light of the morning sun. It was a perfectly smooth white river stone. It was cold to the touch. I looked at the roof of my car and saw a row of 5 identical stones lined up in a perfectly straight line pointing toward my driver's side door. I looked around the suburban street and the quiet houses and the neatly trimmed lawns. The world looked exactly as it always did. But as I stood there in the silence, I heard a short, high-pitched whistle coming from the oak tree in my neighbor's yard. It was a sound I knew I would be hearing for the rest of my life. I stood by my car in the driveway and felt the blood drain from my face. The white stone in my palm felt heavier than a mountain. The whistle from the oak tree was sharp and clear, and it sliced through the mundane sounds of the neighborhood. A lawnmower was running 3 houses down, and a dog was barking at a delivery truck, but those sounds felt like they belonged to a dream world that I was no longer a part of. I looked up into the thick green leaves of the oak tree. I could not see a figure, but the branches shifted in a way that the light wind did not justify. I did not go to work that day. I retreated into my house and locked every door and window. I pulled the curtains shut and sat on the floor of my living room with my back against the wall. My heart was a frantic bird trapped in my chest. I kept the white stone on the coffee table in front of me. It seemed to glow in the dim light of the room. I tried to convince myself that I was losing my mind. I told myself that I must have picked up the stone at the trailhead and forgotten about it. I told myself that the stones on the car were a prank by local teenagers, but I knew the truth. The precision of the line and the clinical placement of the objects were the signature of the people from the valley. They had followed me. I did not understand how they could have traveled over 100 miles of highway and urban sprawl to find my specific street and my specific house. They did not have cars or maps. They belonged to the dirt and the shadows of the high country. Yet here they were. I realized that the forest ranger had been wrong. They were not bound to a specific valley. They were not a local legend or a trick of the light. They were a force that did not follow the rules of the world I lived in. As the sun began to set, I heard a soft tapping on the glass of my kitchen window. It was rhythmic and steady. Tap, tap, tap. It sounded like a fingernail or a small pebble hitting the pane. I did not get up to look. I knew that if I pulled back the curtain, I would see those watery blue eyes looking back at me. I stayed on the floor and clutched a kitchen knife that I had taken from the drawer. The house felt like a cage. The walls that usually provided comfort now felt thin and fragile. I spent the night in total darkness. I did not turn on a single light because I did not want to cast a silhouette against the curtains. Every creak of the floorboards and every groan of the house settling made me jump. Around 3 in the morning, the tapping stopped. It was replaced by a sound that was far worse. It was the sound of something heavy dragging itself across the shingles of my roof. It moved with a slow and deliberate pace. I could hear the grit of the asphalt shingles scraping under the weight. It sounded as if someone was crawling on all fours directly above my head. I realized that they were not trying to break in. If they wanted to enter the house, they could have smashed a window or forced a door hours ago. They were simply letting me know they were there. They were maintaining the pressure. They were watching the toy in the box. I felt a sense of profound exhaustion wash over me. The terror had reached a plateau where it became a dull ache. I must have drifted into a fitful sleep because I woke up to the sound of the morning news coming from my neighbor's house. I stood up and stretched my stiff limbs. I walked to the front door and looked through the peephole. The street was empty. The sun was shining on the pavement. I opened the door just a crack and looked at the porch. Sitting on the welcome mat was a small pile of items. There was a rusted soda can and a fragment of a blue plastic tarp and a single dried wildflower. They were arranged in a perfect triangle. In the center of the triangle was my own leather wallet. I had lost my wallet 2 days before I even went on the hiking trip. I thought I had dropped it at a gas station in the city. I opened the wallet and found that everything was still inside. My cash and my credit cards and my license were all there. But there was something else tucked into the billfold. It was a small piece of tattered gray fabric. It smelled of damp earth and old cedar. It was a piece of the shirt the man in the woods had been wearing. I retreated back into the house and sat on the floor again. The message was clear. They had been watching me long before I ever stepped foot on that trail. They had found me in the city and they had followed me into the mountains, and now they had followed me back. I was not a random encounter. I was a project. I was a target they had selected with careful deliberation. I felt a cold realization settle into my bones. There was nowhere I could go that they would not find me. I decided that I could not stay in the house any longer. I needed to see someone. I needed to talk to another human being, even if they thought I was insane. I grabbed my car keys and ran to the garage. I did not look at the oak tree. I did not look at the roof. I backed the car out of the driveway and sped toward the police station. I drove through red lights and wove through traffic with a desperation that bordered on mania. I kept checking the rearview mirror, expecting to see a tattered gray figure running alongside the car at 60 miles per hour. When I reached the station, I burst through the doors and demanded to speak to an officer. A young woman at the front desk looked at me with a mixture of pity and alarm. I told her that people were stalking me. I told her about the stones and the roof and the wallet. I showed her the piece of gray fabric. She listened patiently and took down my information. She called a sergeant over and I repeated the story. The sergeant was a man with gray hair and a tired face. He looked at the wallet and the fabric, and then he looked at me. He asked if I had any history of mental health issues. He asked if I was taking any medication. I told him that I was perfectly sane and that I was being hunted. He told me that they would send a patrol car by my house to check the area, but he also said there was not much they could do without a description of a vehicle or a suspect they could identify. I told him they did not have a vehicle. I told him they moved through the trees like ghosts. The sergeant sighed and handed me a card with a case number on it. He told me to go home and get some rest. He suggested that I stay with a friend for a few days if I felt unsafe. I left the station feeling more alone than I had ever felt in my life. The systems of the world were not designed to handle this. The police were prepared for thieves and murderers and vandals. They were not prepared for people who moved like shadows and spoke in bird calls. I drove to a motel on the other side of the city. It was a cheap place with fluorescent lights and the smell of stale cigarettes. I checked in under a false name and paid in cash. I went to the room and locked the deadbolt and the chain. I pushed the heavy oak dresser in front of the door. I sat on the bed and stared at the television without turning it on. I felt a strange sense of peace. I was in a room with no windows. There were hundreds of people in the rooms around me. I was anonymous. I stayed in that room for 3 days. I only left to get food from the vending machine down the hall. I did not answer my phone. I did not look at the news. I began to think that maybe I had finally escaped. Maybe the city was too loud and too bright for them to maintain their hold on me. I started to plan a move to another state. I would change my name and start over in a place where there were no mountains and no old-growth forests. I would live in the desert where the ground was flat and the light was honest. On the fourth night, I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard a sound from the bathroom. It was a soft splashing noise. It sounded like someone was dripping water into the sink. I sat up and felt the hair on my arms stand on end. I had not used the bathroom in hours. I reached for the lamp and clicked it on. The room was empty. The dresser was still in front of the door. The chain was still in place. I walked to the bathroom door and pushed it open. The light from the bedroom spilled onto the tile floor. The sink was dry. The shower was empty. But when I looked at the mirror, I saw something that made my heart stop. Written in the steam on the glass were 3 small circles. They were perfectly round and spaced exactly 1 inch apart. Below the circles was a small pile of white sand on the edge of the vanity. I looked at the ceiling. There was a small ventilation fan in the center of the room. The plastic cover had been removed and was sitting on the floor. The opening was dark and narrow. No human could have fit through that space. It was a duct that was only 6 inches wide. I realized that they did not need doors or windows. They did not need to follow the laws of physics that govern my world. They were fluid. They were like water or smoke. I fell back against the wall and began to laugh. It was a high and jagged sound that turned into a sob. I realized that the motel was not a sanctuary. It was just another box. They were letting me think I was safe so that they could enjoy the moment of discovery when I realized I was still trapped. They were playing with me just as they had done on the trail. The distance did not matter. The walls did not matter. I was their property. I left the motel that night. I did not pack my things. I did not check out. I simply walked out to my car and began to drive. I did not have a destination. I just drove toward the north. I wanted to get away from the city. I wanted to get away from the lights. If they were going to take me, I wanted it to happen in the open. I did not want to be found in a dingy motel room or a suburban house. I wanted to face them in the place where they belonged. I drove for 6 hours. The city gave way to farmland, and then the farmland gave way to the foothills. The air grew colder, and the trees began to crowd the edge of the road. I found myself back in the mountains. I was not in the same valley where it had started, but the landscape was familiar. The towering firs and the jagged peaks looked down at me with an indifferent gaze. I pulled the car onto a dirt turnout and turned off the engine. The silence was absolute. I stepped out of the car and stood in the middle of the road. The moon was a thin silver sliver in the sky. I could see the outlines of the ridges against the stars. I felt a strange sense of relief. I was tired of running. I was tired of the fear. I reached into my pocket and found the white stone that had appeared in my house. I held it up toward the trees. "I am here," I shouted. My voice echoed through the canyon and faded into the darkness. "I am here. Come and get me." There was no response for a long time. Then from the ridge above me, I heard a single long whistle. It was followed by another from the creek bed behind me, then another from the thicket to my left. The sounds were closer than they had ever been. They were surrounding me. I saw a flash of movement in the trees. A figure stepped out into the moonlight. It was the woman with the hair like gray wool. She was wearing the same tattered dress. She did not look threatening. She looked almost sad. She walked toward me with a slow and rhythmic gait. She stopped 5 feet away and looked at me with those watery blue eyes. She reached out a hand and touched my cheek. Her skin was as cold as ice, and it smelled of pine needles and decay. She did not say a word. She simply looked at me as if she were memorizing my face. Behind her, more figures began to emerge from the darkness. The 2 brothers were there, and the young girl with the stone was there. And finally, the man in the tattered shirt stepped forward. He was holding my bear spray canister. He walked up to me and handed it back. He did not smile this time. He looked at me with a solemn expression. He made a series of clicking sounds and pointed toward the north. I realized then that they were not going to kill me or take me away. They were showing me the way. They were inviting me to follow them. They did not want to destroy me. They wanted to change me. They wanted me to leave the world of houses and cars and police stations and join them in the shadows. They wanted me to become part of the earth and the wind. I looked at the man and then I looked back at my car. The engine was still warm and the radio was still playing a faint song from the city. The world I knew was right there. I could get back in the car and drive away. I could go back to my life and try to forget. But I knew that the stones would always be there. The whistles would always be there. I would never be alone again. The man turned and began to walk toward the steep slope of the mountain. He did not look back to see if I was following. The others followed him in a silent line. They moved with a grace that made the forest look like a paved road. They began to climb the vertical rock face with effortless ease. I stood in the road for a long time. The cold wind bit at my skin and the stars began to fade as the first light of dawn touched the horizon. I looked at the white stone in my hand. I thought about the life I was leaving behind. I thought about the office and the neighbors and the endless noise of the world. Then I looked at the mountain. I dropped the car keys onto the gravel. I took off my jacket and my watch and I left them on the hood of the car. I walked toward the base of the cliff. I reached out and touched the cold granite. I found a finger hold and began to climb. The air was thin and my muscles ached, but I felt a sudden surge of strength. I felt the weight of the world falling away from me. I heard a soft whistle from above, and I realized that for the first time in my life, I knew exactly where I was going. The granite was a biting cold against my fingertips as I pulled my body upward. The transition from the flat pavement to the vertical world felt like shedding a heavy skin. I did not look back at the car or the road. The hum of the engine was lost to the wind, and the only sound that remained was the rhythmic scrape of my own breath. Above me, the figures moved like vapor. They did not use ropes or gear. They found invisible seams in the rock and flowed upward with a speed that defied human biology. I followed the path they carved through the shadows of the morning. Each grip I took felt as though it had been prepared for me centuries ago. The stone was rough and honest. It did not lie like the walls of my house or the glass of the motel mirror. As we reached the first high ledge, the sun broke over the eastern ridge. The light was a blinding gold that washed over the valley below. I could see the road winding like a thin gray ribbon through the green expanse. My car looked like a tiny metal insect abandoned on the dirt. It felt impossible that I had ever belonged to that world. The woman with the gray hair stood at the edge of the precipice and waited for me. She did not offer a hand to help me over the final lip of stone. She simply watched with those pale eyes that seemed to contain the history of the mountains. When I finally stood on level ground, she turned and began to walk deeper into the high country. We traveled for hours across a landscape that was not marked on any map I had ever seen. We crossed fields of loose shale that whispered under our feet and navigated through forests of stunted pines that grew in twisted shapes. The air grew thinner and colder until every breath felt like a drink of ice water. The others did not speak. They communicated through a series of subtle clicks and whistles that seemed to mimic the sounds of the birds and the wind. I found myself listening to the patterns. I began to understand that a short high note meant water was near, and a low vibrating hum meant the ground was unstable. My ears were opening to a language that had no words but carried a weight of absolute truth. By midday, we reached a hidden canyon where the walls rose so high that the sky was reduced to a narrow strip of blue. A stream of crystal clear water ran down the center of the gorge, and the air was thick with the scent of damp moss and old stone. There were no houses here. There were no tents or fire pits. The people simply existed within the environment. They sat on the rocks and blended into the gray and brown textures of the earth. The man in the tattered shirt led me to a small cave at the base of the eastern wall. He gestured for me to enter. The interior of the cave was cool and dry. The floor was covered in a thick layer of soft pine needles and dried grass. In the center of the space was a flat stone table. Sitting on the table was a collection of items that made my heart skip a beat. There was a rusted pocket knife from the 1950s, and a pair of spectacles with cracked lenses, and a silver locket that had turned black with age. These were not random pieces of trash. These were trophies, or perhaps they were memories. I realized that I was not the first person they had brought here. I was merely the latest in a long line of individuals who had been selected to leave the world behind. The man stepped into the cave and stood beside me. He picked up the silver locket and held it out to me. I took it and felt a strange vibration in the metal. When I clicked the latch open, I saw a photograph of a young woman in a high-collared dress. Her face was faded and worn, but her eyes were the same watery blue as the eyes of the people standing around me. I looked at the man and saw a flicker of recognition in his gaze. He was not a monster. He was a keeper of things that had been forgotten. He was a bridge between the living and the dead. I sat on the floor of the cave and felt a profound sense of exhaustion. The adrenaline that had carried me up the mountain was beginning to fade, and my body was screaming for rest. The woman with the gray hair entered the cave and placed a small wooden bowl in front of me. It was filled with a dark, thick liquid that smelled of berries and earth. I did not hesitate. I drank the liquid and felt a warmth spread through my chest and out into my limbs. My vision began to blur, and the walls of the cave seemed to pulse with a slow, rhythmic light. I fell into a sleep that was deeper than any I had ever known. I did not dream of the city or the police station. I dreamed of the roots of the trees stretching down into the dark soil. I dreamed of the mountains grinding against one another as the earth shifted. I felt my identity dissolving like sugar in water. The name I had carried for 30 years felt like a heavy coat that I no longer needed to wear. I was becoming part of the canyon. I was becoming part of the silence. When I woke, the sun had set, and the canyon was filled with a soft violet light. The people were gathered around a small fire that produced no smoke. They were sitting in a circle and making a low chanting sound that vibrated in my teeth. I stood up and walked out of the cave. My movements felt different. My joints were fluid and my balance was perfect. I did not feel the cold. I looked down at my hands and saw that the skin was beginning to take on a gray, ashen tint. My fingernails were thick and sharp. The young girl with the stone walked up to me and handed me a piece of dried meat. It was salty and tough, but it tasted better than anything I had ever eaten in a restaurant. She smiled at me, and for the first time I saw that her teeth were not like human teeth. They were small and pointed like the teeth of a predator. I realized that the transformation was not just mental, it was physical. The valley and the mountains were changing the way my cells functioned. I was being rebuilt to survive in a world that did not have grocery stores or hospitals. The man in the tattered shirt stood up and pointed toward the north. He made a sharp clicking sound and the others rose in unison. It was time to move again. We were not staying in this canyon. We were nomads following a path that was written in the stars and the migration of the animals. I fell into line behind the woman with the gray hair. We moved through the darkness with total confidence. I found that I could see perfectly in the moonlight. Every pebble and every twig stood out in sharp relief. The world was no longer a scary place of shadows. It was a map that I could read with my eyes closed. We traveled for 3 days and 3 nights without stopping. We did not feel fatigue or hunger in the way I used to understand those things. We were fueled by the energy of the land itself. We crossed high mountain passes where the snow never melted and descended into deep valleys where the trees were so thick that the sun never reached the ground. We saw things that no human eye was ever meant to see. We saw ancient ruins made of black stone that predated the arrival of man on the continent. We saw animals that were supposed to be extinct moving through the underbrush like ghosts. On the 4th day, we reached a high plateau that overlooked a vast desert. The heat rose from the sand in shimmering waves. This was the place I had thought about when I was in the motel. I had wanted to come here to find honesty in the light. But now that I was standing on the edge of the waste, I realized that the desert was just as full of secrets as the forest. The people gathered at the edge of the plateau and looked out over the horizon. They seemed to be waiting for something. The man in the tattered shirt turned to me and placed a hand on my shoulder. He looked deep into my eyes, and I felt a telepathic rush of images. I saw the history of his people. I saw them fleeing from the first cities and the first armies. I saw them retreating into the high places as the world of men grew louder and more violent. I saw how they had survived by becoming one with the shadows. They were not a different species. They were a different choice. They were the ones who had refused to live in the box. He handed me a small knife made of obsidian. The blade was black and glossy, and the edge was sharper than any razor. He gestured toward the desert and made a long, low whistle. I understood the choice I was being given. I could stay with them and continue the journey into the unknown, or I could go down into the desert and try to find a new life on my own. They were not holding me captive. They were my family now, but they were a family that respected the freedom of the individual. I looked at the obsidian knife, and then I looked at the vast empty space of the desert. I thought about the car I had left on the side of the road. By now the police would have found it. They would have seen my jacket and my watch. They would have searched the woods for a few days, and then they would have declared me a missing person. My family and my friends would mourn for a while, and then they would move on. My old life was a ghost story that was already fading. I chose to stay. I stepped back from the edge of the plateau and stood with the others. The man nodded, and the woman with the gray hair touched my arm in a gesture of welcome. We turned away from the desert and began to climb back toward the high peaks. We were going to a place where the air was too thin for the breath of modern men. We were going to the core of the world. As we climbed, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It was a feeling of absolute peace. The anxiety that had haunted me for years was gone. The fear of death and the fear of failure had vanished. I was no longer a person who worked a job and paid bills and worried about the future. I was a creature of the moment. I was a heartbeat in the mountain. I was a shadow in the trees. We reached a high ridge as the sun began to set. The sky turned a deep shade of crimson, and the stars began to poke through the darkness. The man in the tattered shirt stopped and looked at the moon. He let out a long, high-pitched whistle that echoed across the entire range. It was a sound of triumph and belonging. One by one, the others joined in until the air was filled with the music of the high country. I opened my mouth, and for the first time, I made the sound myself. It was sharp and clear, and it felt like the most natural thing in the world. I was no longer hearing the whistle for the rest of my life. I was the one making it. The crimson light of the evening faded into a deep indigo, and the air turned sharp with the scent of frozen stone. We moved along the spine of the ridge with a collective grace that felt like the beating of a single heart. My feet found the narrowest of ledges without hesitation, and my fingers gripped the cold rock as if they were extensions of the mountain itself. I did not feel the weight of my own body anymore. The transition was deepening, and the sensations of the human world were becoming distant memories like the echoes of a bell rung in a far-off valley. The man in the tattered shirt led us toward a narrow chimney in the rock face that seemed to go straight up into the stars. He moved with a flickering speed that made him appear and disappear against the dark granite. I followed him and found that my lungs did not burn despite the height. The oxygen was thin, but my blood felt electric, as if it were carrying the very essence of the wind. We emerged onto a hidden plateau that was shielded by 3 jagged peaks. In the center of this high sanctuary stood a circle of ancient stones that had been smoothed by thousands of years of weather. These were not like the small white stones that had been left in my house. These were massive pillars of obsidian and quartz that shimmered with an internal light. The air inside the circle was warm and smelled of summer grass and ozone. The woman with the hair like gray wool walked to the center of the circle and knelt on the ground. She began to scrape away the light dusting of snow to reveal a mosaic of colored pebbles arranged in the shape of a spiral. The young girl sat beside her and began to hum a low, vibrating note that made the very ground beneath my feet tremble. I stood at the edge of the circle and watched as the others took their places. They did not speak, but I could feel their thoughts moving through the air like a gentle current. They were preparing for something that had happened many times before, but for me, it was the final threshold. The man in the tattered shirt approached me and held out the obsidian knife once more. He pointed to the palm of my hand and then to the center of the stone circle. I understood that a sacrifice of the old self was required. I took the blade and felt its incredible sharpness. I drew the edge across my skin and watched as the blood welled up. It was not the bright red of a human, but a dark, thick purple like the juice of crushed elderberries. I let the drops fall onto the mosaic of the spiral. As the liquid touched the stones, the humming of the young girl grew louder, and the pillars of obsidian began to glow with a pulsing blue light. A sense of vertigo washed over me, and the stars above seemed to descend until they were within reach of my hand. I felt the last threads of my human ego snap. The names of my parents and the memories of my childhood and the faces of the people I had worked with vanished into a void of white light. I was no longer a man who had lost his way. I was a vessel for the ancient spirit of the high places. The ritual lasted until the moon reached its zenith. When the light finally faded, I found myself lying on the soft grass in the center of the circle. The others were standing over me, and their faces were filled with a solemn joy. I stood up and realized that I was taller and leaner than I had been a few days ago. My vision was so sharp that I could see the individual crystals in the granite pillars and the microscopic movements of the insects in the grass. My hearing had expanded to include the sounds of the tectonic plates grinding deep beneath the earth and the whistle of the solar winds as they brushed against the atmosphere. I was no longer an observer of nature. I was nature itself. The woman with the gray hair stepped forward and placed a necklace made of bone and silver around my neck. It was a heavy weight, but it felt right. It was the mark of my new tribe. We spent the following weeks moving through the hidden valleys of the north. We did not need fire, and we did not need shelter. We slept in the lee of the great cliffs, and we ate what the land provided with a gratitude that I had never felt for a meal in a city. I learned the secrets of the water and the secrets of the ice. I learned how to move through a thicket without snapping a single twig, and how to remain perfectly still for hours while the deer grazed just inches from my face. I realized that the fear I had felt when I first saw the stones in my house was the fear of the unknown, but now the unknown was my home. The world of men was a noisy and chaotic dream that I had finally woken up from. We watched them sometimes from the high ridges. We saw their helicopters buzzing like angry hornets, and we saw their search parties moving slowly through the lower forests. They were looking for a man who did not exist anymore. They were looking for a body that had been replaced by a shadow. One afternoon, we came across a group of hikers who had lost their way. They were huddled together under a nylon tarp, and their faces were pale with exhaustion and terror. They had all the gear that the modern world could provide, but they were helpless against the simple indifference of the mountain. I looked at them from behind a screen of pine branches and felt a flicker of pity. I remembered what it was like to be afraid of the cold and the dark. I looked at the man in the tattered shirt and he gave me a slow nod. I reached into the pouch at my waist and pulled out a single white stone. I crept forward with a silence that was absolute and placed the stone on a flat rock just outside their camp. Then I climbed a nearby tree and let out a long, low whistle. The hikers jumped and looked around with wide eyes. They saw the stone and I could see the hope returning to their faces. They did not know what it meant, but they knew they were being watched. They knew they were not alone. We led them toward the main trail by dropping stones and whistling from the shadows until they reached the safety of the lower valley. We did not want their thanks, and we did not want their recognition. We were the guardians of the threshold. As the seasons began to turn, and the first heavy snows of winter arrived, we retreated into the deepest caves of the high range. These were not dark and damp holes in the ground, but vast halls of crystal and light that had been carved by the breath of the world. Here the people gathered to tell the stories of the beginning of time. They did not use words, but they projected images into the air that shimmered like a northern lights display. I saw the arrival of the first stars and the cooling of the earth and the rise of the great forests. I saw how the cities of men had grown like a fever, and how the people of the shadows had been forced to retreat further and further into the wild. I understood that we were the memory of the planet. We were the ones who kept the balance when the rest of the world had forgotten how to listen. I found myself sitting by a pool of warm mineral water deep within the cave system. The young girl with the stone sat beside me and watched her reflection in the still surface. She looked at me, and for the first time she spoke in a voice that sounded like the clinking of ice. She told me that the time was coming when the world of men would reach its limit. She told me that the noise and the lights would eventually fade, and the silence would return to the valleys. She said that we were the seeds that were being saved for the new spring. I felt a profound sense of responsibility. I was no longer just a survivor. I was a part of a legacy that stretched back to the dawn of time and would continue long after the last city had crumbled into dust. The winter passed in a blur of blue light and ancient songs. My transformation was complete. My skin was now as tough as leather, and my eyes had turned the color of the winter sky. I did not miss the warmth of a house or the taste of cooked food. I did not miss the sound of a human voice or the sight of a television screen. I was content in the vastness of the silence. When the first thaw began, we emerged from the caves and stood on the high plateau once more. The world below was green and vibrant, and the air was filled with the scent of new life. I looked out over the horizon and saw the faint smudge of a distant city. It looked small and fragile and utterly insignificant. The man in the tattered shirt walked up to me and pointed toward the south. He made a series of rapid clicking sounds, and I understood that he was asking me if I wanted to go back. He was giving me one last chance to return to the world of men before the path was closed forever. I thought about the life I had led and the person I had been. I thought about the fear and the loneliness and the endless pursuit of things that did not matter. Then I looked at the people standing around me. I looked at the mountains and the sky and the infinite beauty of the wild. I took the obsidian knife from my belt and threw it over the edge of the cliff. I watched it fall until it disappeared into the green canopy of the forest below. I did not need a weapon anymore. I was the mountain. The man smiled for the first time since I had met him. It was a wide and toothy grin that showed his predator nature, but it was also filled with a deep and genuine warmth. He reached out and gripped my forearm, and I felt a surge of power pass between us. We were brothers of the shadow, and we were the sons of the wind. We turned away from the south and began to run toward the north. We moved with a speed that was impossible for a human, and we covered miles in the time it would take a car to travel blocks. We were heading toward the Arctic, where the ice was eternal and the silence was absolute. We were going home. As we ran, I felt the presence of the others all around me. We were a pack, and we were a family, and we were a force of nature. The white stones were no longer a mystery to me. They were the markers of our territory and the invitations to those who were ready to see the truth. I knew that somewhere in the world below, another person would find a stone on their porch or a whistle in their backyard. They would feel the same fear that I had felt, and they would try to run just as I had tried to run. But eventually, they would hear the call of the high country, and they would leave their cars and their houses behind. They would follow the trail of stones until they reached the vertical rock, and they would begin to climb. And we would be there to meet them. We would be waiting in the shadows to show them the way. The cycle would continue, and the memory of the earth would be preserved. I let out a long and piercing whistle that echoed off the peaks and carried across the entire world. It was a sound of freedom, and it was a sound of peace. I was exactly where I was meant to be. The journey toward the far north was not measured in miles, but in the changing texture of the light. As we moved beyond the reach of the last human outposts, the air became a physical weight against my skin. It was cold, but it was a dry and exhilarating cold that made every breath feel like a draft of pure energy. I watched my companions as they moved through the tundra. They were no longer the ragged collection of outcasts I had first encountered. In the clarity of the Arctic sun, they looked like statues carved from the very ice we traversed. Their movements were economical and precise. They did not waste a single motion. I found myself mimicking their stride and adjusting the tilt of my head to catch the faintest vibrations in the atmosphere. My sense of smell had become so acute that I could distinguish between the scent of a buried lichen and the distant metallic tang of a coming storm. We crossed frozen rivers that looked like veins of blue glass winding through the white landscape. Underneath the ice, I could hear the slow and rhythmic pulse of the water. It sounded like a conversation in a language I was beginning to understand. The woman with the gray hair would often stop and press her palm against the frozen surface, and her eyes would glaze over as she listened to the secrets of the deep. I realized that the earth was a living library, and we were the readers of its most ancient volumes. There was no need for books or computers here. The history of the world was written in the layers of the permafrost and the patterns of the wind. I felt a deep sense of humility as I realized how little the modern world actually knew about the planet it claimed to master. They saw a resource to be extracted, but we saw a spirit to be honored. On the 10th day of our northern trek, we reached the edge of a massive ice shelf that extended toward the horizon. The sun did not set anymore. It merely circled the sky in a slow and golden loop that turned the ice into a field of diamonds. The man in the tattered shirt stopped at the edge of a deep crevasse and looked down into the blue darkness. He did not look afraid. He looked as if he were coming home. He turned to me and pointed toward the North Star, which was visible even in the daylight. He made a series of low guttural sounds that resonated in my chest. He was telling me that we were approaching the center of the silence. This was the place where the magnetic poles converged, and the veil between the worlds was at its thinnest. It was the destination that my soul had been seeking since the moment I saw the first white stone on my porch. As we moved onto the ice shelf, the silence became absolute. It was not the absence of sound, but a presence in itself. It was a thick and velvet quiet that muffled the sound of our footsteps and made the beating of my heart feel like a drum in a cathedral. I felt a strange lightness in my limbs. The gravity of the earth seemed to lose its grip on me, and I felt as if I could step off the ice and walk directly into the sky. The others were experiencing the same sensation. They moved with a slow and floating grace as if they were swimming through the air. The young girl began to spin in circles, and her laughter sounded like the chiming of silver bells. There was no fear here. There was only a profound and overwhelming sense of joy. We reached a massive spire of ice that rose hundreds of feet into the air. It was shaped like a jagged tooth, and it glowed with an internal luminescence that pulsed in time with the aurora borealis. At the base of the spire was a natural amphitheater formed by towering walls of snow. This was the place of the gathering. As we entered the circle, I saw that we were not alone. Other groups were emerging from the white haze of the horizon. There were people of all ages and all backgrounds, but they all shared the same lean and hungry look of the shadow folk. They carried no tools and no weapons. They brought only themselves and the memories they had salvaged from the world of men. We stood together in a vast circle, and the energy in the air was so intense that my hair stood on end. The man in the tattered shirt stepped into the center of the amphitheater. He looked up at the ice spire and let out a whistle that was louder and more complex than any I had heard before. It was a melody that seemed to contain the history of the entire universe. It rose and fell in intricate patterns, and the ice spire began to vibrate in sympathy. The light inside the spire grew brighter and brighter until it was blinding. I closed my eyes, but I could still see the light through my eyelids. It was a golden radiance that filled my mind and erased the last vestiges of my physical form. I felt myself expanding and merging with the others until there was no longer an I, but only a we. We were a single consciousness and a single purpose. In that moment of union, I understood the true nature of the transition. We were not just survivors of a dying world. We were the architects of the next one. The world of men was built on noise and greed and the illusion of separation. It was a fragile structure that was already beginning to buckle under its own weight. But the world we were building was based on silence and connection and the reality of oneness. We were the keepers of the flame, and we were the guardians of the dream. We would wait in the high and cold places until the fever of the cities had burned itself out. And when the earth was ready to breathe again, we would descend from the mountains and the ice to plant the seeds of a new civilization. It was a task that would take thousands of years, but time had no meaning to us anymore. We were eternal. The light began to fade, and I opened my eyes to find that the landscape had changed. The ice spire was gone, and in its place was a vast and shimmering portal that looked like a tear in the fabric of reality. Through the portal, I could see a world that was lush and green and filled with strange and beautiful creatures. It was a world that had never known the touch of a machine or the sound of a gun. It was the world as it was meant to be. The others began to walk toward the portal with a steady and confident pace. They did not look back. They were stepping into the future they had earned. I felt a moment of hesitation as I thought about the world I was leaving behind. I thought about the people who were still trapped in the box and the people who were still looking for me. The woman with the gray hair stopped and looked back at me. She did not say anything, but her eyes were full of a deep and ancient wisdom. She reached out her hand, and I realized that the choice was still mine. I could stay in this world and continue to act as a guardian of the threshold, or I could step through the portal and enter the new dream. I looked at the vast and empty Arctic landscape, and then I looked at the vibrant world beyond the gate. I realized that my work in this world was not yet finished. There were still others who were lost and afraid. There were still others who were waiting for the whistle in the dark and the white stone on the porch. I could not leave them behind. I shook my head and stepped back from the portal. The woman nodded with understanding, and a faint smile touched her lips. She turned and walked through the shimmering light, and the portal began to close. I watched until the last sliver of the other world vanished, and the ice shelf was once again a silent and frozen waste. I was alone now, but I did not feel lonely. I felt a sense of purpose that was stronger than anything I had ever known. I was the bridge between the worlds. I was the one who stayed behind to light the way for those who were still coming. I turned away from the north and began the long journey back toward the south. I did not run this time. I moved with a slow and deliberate pace, and I stopped to leave markers along the way. I left white stones on the tops of the highest ridges, and I carved symbols into the ancient rock faces. I made the sound of the whistle whenever I reached a place where the air was thin and the light was honest. I knew that the path would be difficult and the journey would be long, but I was not afraid. I had the strength of the mountain in my bones and the spirit of the wind in my blood. I was no longer a man who had lost his way. I was a man who had found his destiny. As I descended from the high plateau and entered the lower forests, I saw the first signs of the world of men. I saw the distant glow of a highway and the flickering lights of a small town. I felt a momentary pang of sadness for the people living there. They were so busy and so loud and so utterly unaware of the beauty that surrounded them. They were living in a dream that was turning into a nightmare, and they did not know how to wake up. But I knew. I knew the way out of the box, and I knew the way into the shadows. I would stay in the fringes of their world, and I would watch and I would wait. I would be the shadow in the trees and the heartbeat in the mountain. I reached the spot where I had left my car all those weeks ago. It was gone now, and the road was empty. I stood on the shoulder of the highway and looked at the asphalt. It felt cold and dead beneath my feet. I realized that I could never go back to that life. I could never sit in an office or drive a car or pay a bill again. Those things were part of a different species and a different choice. I turned back toward the woods and felt a sense of profound relief. The forest was my home and the silence was my song. I was free. I climbed a tall pine tree and sat on a high branch as the sun began to set. I looked out over the valley and saw a small house with a porch light burning. I reached into my pouch and pulled out a single white stone. I felt the smooth surface of the rock and remembered the first time I had seen one. I remembered the fear and the confusion and the desperate need to run. I looked at the house, and I knew what I had to do. I climbed down from the tree and moved toward the house with a silence that was absolute. I placed the stone on the top step of the porch, and then I retreated back into the shadows. I waited until a man came out of the house to check the mail. He saw the stone and he stopped. He picked it up and looked at it with a puzzled expression. I could see the flickers of curiosity and apprehension in his eyes. He looked around the yard, but he did not see me. I was a part of the darkness and a part of the trees. I let out a long and low whistle that echoed through the quiet street. The man jumped and dropped the stone. He looked toward the woods with wide and searching eyes. He did not know it yet, but his journey had just begun. He had received the invitation and the path was open. I turned away from the house and began to climb back toward the high peaks. I had work to do and a legacy to preserve. I would continue to leave the stones, and I would continue to make the sound of the whistle. I would be the guide for the lost and the guardian of the threshold. I moved through the underbrush with the grace of a predator and the heart of a poet. The world was a map that I could read with my eyes closed, and the stars were my compass. I was the shadow of the mountain, and I was the voice of the wind. I was the one who had refused to live in the box, and I was the one who would show others how to be free. The transition was complete, and the new world was waiting. I was ready for whatever came next. I was home. The months that followed my return from the frozen edge of the world were defined by a rhythmic isolation that felt more natural than any life I had known before. I established a series of camps along the spine of the mountain range where the air was always thin and the clouds often drifted through the trees like ghosts. I did not need a roof or a bed. I slept in the hollows of ancient oaks or in the shallow depressions of granite caves where the heat of the earth still lingered. My body had become a finely tuned instrument that responded to the slightest change in the barometric pressure. I knew when the rain was coming hours before the first drop fell, and I could feel the arrival of autumn in the marrow of my bones long before the leaves began to turn. I watched the town from the ridges above. It was a strange sensation to observe the humans going about their daily routines. From my vantage point, they looked like ants moving through a maze of their own construction. I saw the cars idling in traffic and the people staring at their glowing screens as they walked down the sidewalks. They seemed so heavy and so tethered to the ground by their possessions and their worries. I felt no desire to join them. I was a ghost in their peripheral vision and a shadow that moved just beyond the reach of their streetlights. I was the rustle in the leaves that they dismissed as the wind and the snapping twig that made them quicken their pace on a dark path. My mission was clear, and it required a patience that was not human. I spent my days gathering the stones. They were not ordinary rocks. I searched for the ones that had been smoothed by the ancient glaciers or polished by the relentless flow of underground rivers. Each stone had a specific weight and a specific energy. When I held one in my palm, I could feel the history of the earth vibrating within it. I would carry these stones down to the edges of the civilization and place them with deliberate care. I did not choose the recipients at random. I waited for the signs. I looked for the ones who stood alone on their balconies staring at the moon with a look of profound longing. I looked for the ones who walked in the parks and touched the bark of the trees as if they were seeking a lost friend. I looked for the ones whose eyes were wide with the realization that the world they had built was not enough. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in shades of bruised purple and burning orange, I found myself near the outskirts of a new housing development. The houses were identical boxes of wood and glass arranged in neat rows. The lawns were manicured, and the fences were high. It was a place designed to keep the wild out and the residents in. I moved through the shadows of the construction equipment and the stacks of lumber. I felt the wrongness of the place in my chest. It was a scar on the land and a defiance of the natural order. But even here there were souls who were beginning to wake up. I saw a woman sitting on her back porch. She was young, and she was dressed in the expensive clothes of the city, but her posture was one of total defeat. She was holding a glass of water and staring at the dark line of the forest that bordered her property. I could see the reflection of the trees in her eyes. She was not looking at the woods with fear. She was looking at them with a hunger that she did not yet understand. She was tired of the noise and the expectations and the hollow promises of her life. She was ready for the call. I moved closer until I was standing just a few feet away from the edge of her lawn. I reached into my bag and pulled out a white stone that was as smooth as a pearl. I leaned forward and placed it on the wooden railing of her fence. Then I retreated into the darkness of a cedar grove and waited. The woman stood up and walked to the edge of the porch. She saw the stone and reached out to touch it. Her fingers trembled as she picked it up. She held it to the light of the moon, and I saw a single tear track down her cheek. She knew. She did not know how she knew or what it meant, but she felt the truth of the stone in her soul. I let out a soft and melodic whistle that rose and fell like the sigh of the earth. The woman froze and looked toward the trees. Her eyes met the darkness where I was hiding, and for a brief second I felt a connection that transcended language. I turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. I returned to the high country and spent the next few weeks preparing for the coming winter. The signs were everywhere. The squirrels were frantic in their gathering, and the birds were forming great swirling clouds in the sky as they prepared to head south. I did not head south. I moved higher into the peaks where the snow would soon bury everything in a blanket of silence. I found a deep cave that overlooked a hidden valley. It was a place of power where the ancestors had surely gathered thousands of years ago. I spent my time carving the history of my journey into the stone walls. I used a sharp piece of flint to etch the images of the white stones and the vertical rock and the portal in the ice. I wanted there to be a record for those who would come after me. I wanted them to know that they were not alone and that the path had been trodden before. The first snow fell in late October. It was a gentle and dusting of white that turned the world into a monochromatic masterpiece. I stood on the ledge of my cave and watched the flakes dance in the air. Each one was a unique geometry and a temporary miracle. I felt a sense of peace that was so deep it was almost painful. I was no longer fighting against the world or trying to change it. I was simply a part of it. I was the winter and the stone and the silence. I was the witness to the slow and beautiful turning of the wheel. One night, as the moon was full and the snow was glowing with an inner light, I heard a sound that was not the wind. It was a rhythmic crunching of footsteps on the frozen crust of the slope below. I moved to the edge of the ledge and looked down. A figure was emerging from the tree line. It was a man, and he was moving with a slow and labored gait. He was dressed in a heavy coat that was torn and stained, and he was carrying nothing but a small walking stick. He stopped and looked up at the heights. I saw the glint of a white stone clutched in his hand. I did not move, and I did not make a sound. I watched as he began the long and difficult climb toward the cave. He slipped and fell several times, but he always got back up. His determination was a physical force that radiated from him. He was driven by a need that was stronger than hunger and more primal than the instinct for survival. He reached the base of the cliff and looked up at the vertical face of the rock. He did not hesitate. He reached out and found a handhold and began to pull himself upward. I waited until he was halfway up before I let out a low and welcoming whistle. The man stopped and looked up. He saw me standing on the ledge above him. I did not look like a human anymore. I looked like a creature of the mountain with my leathery skin and my sky blue eyes and my long matted hair. The man did not scream, and he did not try to turn back. He smiled. It was a weary and broken smile, but it was filled with an immense relief. He continued his climb until he reached the ledge and collapsed at my feet. I reached down and gripped his forearm just as the man in the tattered shirt had gripped mine. I felt the heat of his body and the frantic racing of his heart. I felt the surge of power pass between us, and I knew that another brother had found his way home. I helped him to his feet and led him into the warmth of the cave. I gave him water from a mountain spring and showed him the carvings on the walls. He looked at the images with a sense of awe and recognition. He did not need an explanation. He had lived the story himself. We sat together in the silence as the storm began to howl outside the cave. We did not speak because there was nothing left to say. We were the guardians of the memory and the keepers of the flame. We would wait out the winter together, and when the spring came, we would head north toward the ice. We would continue the cycle, and we would preserve the truth. The world below would continue its descent into chaos and noise, but we would remain in the high and quiet places. We would be the seeds that were being saved for the new world. I looked at the man and saw the reflection of my own journey in his eyes. We were exactly where we were meant to be. The mountains were our fortress and the stars were our guide. We were the children of the earth and we were finally free. The winter deepened until the world was nothing but a canvas of white and a cathedral of blue shadows. Within the shelter of the stone, the man I had rescued began to heal. His name was Elias, and he had been a teacher in a city of glass and steel until the silence of the woods began to scream louder than the traffic. He told me of the weight of the years spent explaining things that did not matter to people who did not care to listen. He spoke of the day he found the stone on his doorstep and how the simple weight of it had shattered the illusions of his life. We shared the dried berries and the smoked meat I had gathered during the transition of the seasons. We sat by a small fire that threw dancing shapes against the carvings on the walls. The smoke rose in a thin and silver thread toward a fissure in the ceiling, and I knew that we were the only sparks of warmth in 1,000 square miles of frozen wilderness. As the months passed, I taught Elias the language of the high country. I showed him how to read the tracks of the links in the snow and how to distinguish between the various voices of the wind. I taught him how to slow his breathing until his heart beat in unison with the deep pulse of the mountain. He was a quick study because he had been waiting for these lessons his entire life. He stopped looking at his wrist where a watch had once been, and he stopped flinching at the sudden sounds of the shifting ice. His skin grew tough, and his eyes took on that same clarity I had seen in the woman with the gray hair. We were shedding the layers of the old world like a snake sheds a skin that has become too tight. We were becoming something else. We were becoming the bridge. When the first thaw began to crack the ice in the lower valleys, I knew it was time to move again. The earth was beginning to stir, and the air carried the scent of wet soil and old pine needles. I felt a pull in my gut that directed me toward the east where the ridges were steeper and the forests were more ancient. I told Elias that our paths must diverge for a time. He was to stay in this region and act as the keeper of the high cave. He would be the one to receive the others who were surely on their way. He accepted this duty with a solemn nod. There was no need for a long goodbye because we understood that we were parts of the same living organism. We were the roots and the branches of a tree that spanned the entire continent. I descended from the peaks and moved toward the river valleys. The water was high and angry with the runoff from the melting snow. I walked along the banks and watched the debris of the human world floating past. I saw plastic bottles and pieces of treated lumber and a child's rubber ball. These things looked like artifacts from a prehistoric era. They were the remnants of a fever that was slowly breaking. I found a place where the river narrowed and the current was manageable. I crossed over and entered a stretch of woods that had not seen a human footstep in a century. The trees here were massive, and their canopy was so thick that the ground was a soft carpet of moss and ferns. I spent the spring months leaving markers in this new territory. I found a series of limestone bluffs that overlooked a highway where the trucks rumbled like distant thunder. I spent my nights descending to the valley floor to leave the white stones. I placed them on the seats of parked cars and on the benches of lonely bus stops. I left them in the middle of playgrounds and on the pedestals of statues. I was a phantom in the night and a whisper in the morning. I saw the confusion of the people who found the stones. I saw some throw them away in anger and others tuck them into their pockets with a secret smile. I was planting seeds in a garden of concrete, and I knew that not all of them would grow, but the ones that did would change the world forever. One afternoon, I was crouched in a thicket of laurel watching a small farm at the edge of the woods. An old man was working in a garden, and his movements were slow and full of pain. He stopped to lean on his hoe and looked toward the forest. I felt a sudden and intense surge of empathy for him. He had spent his entire life tilling the earth, and yet he was still a stranger to it. He was a prisoner of his own labor and his own history. I waited until he went inside his small house for his midday meal, and then I stepped out of the trees. I walked to the center of his garden and placed a large white stone on the fresh soil. Beside it, I drew a circle in the dirt with a line pointing toward the highest peak in the distance. I retreated to the woods and watched as he returned. When he saw the stone, he did not look afraid. He dropped his hoe and fell to his knees. He picked up the stone and pressed it to his forehead. He began to weep with a sound that was both a lament and a prayer. He had been waiting for a sign for 70 years, and I had finally delivered it. I did not stay to see what he did next. I knew that he would find his way or he would die trying, and either way he would be free of the box. My work was to offer the invitation, and the rest was up to the individual soul. As the summer heat began to shimmer over the fields, I felt a change in the atmosphere. The air felt heavy and charged with an electric tension. I noticed that the animals were moving with a new kind of urgency. The deer were gathering in larger herds, and the birds were silent during the hours when they usually sang. I climbed to a high ridge and looked toward the horizon. I saw a thin veil of smoke rising from the distant cities. It was not the smoke of a single fire, but a collective haze that spoke of a systemic failure. The machines were starting to grind to a halt, and the lights were beginning to flicker. The world of the box was reaching its breaking point. I felt a moment of fear for those who were still trapped inside, but it was quickly replaced by a sense of inevitability. Every civilization has an expiration date, and the one I had left behind had long since passed its own. The earth was simply reclaiming what had always belonged to it. I turned my back on the smoke and headed deeper into the wilderness. I needed to find the others. I knew that there were more of us out there, and that we needed to coordinate our efforts for the coming transition. I used the whistle to call out across the canyons, and I listened for the echoes. Sometimes I heard nothing but the wind, but other times I heard a faint and distant reply that made my blood sing. I found a woman named Sarah living in a cabin made of driftwood on the shores of a mountain lake. She had been a doctor who had walked away from her practice after realizing that she was only treating the symptoms of a dying culture. She had been living alone for 3 years, and her skin was the color of mahogany, and her hands were as strong as iron. She welcomed me with a cup of herbal tea and a look of absolute recognition. We spent several days talking about the state of the world and the role of the guardians. She told me that she had been seeing more and more people wandering into the woods in search of something they could not name. She had been guiding them to the hidden paths and giving them the strength to continue. We decided to establish a network of communication using the ancient symbols and the sound of the whistle. We would create a series of way stations from the southern forests to the northern ice. We would be the underground railroad for the human spirit. We worked together to map out the safest routes and the best places for shelter. We were building a map of a world that did not exist on any satellite or in any database. It was a map of the heart and a map of the future. When we parted ways, I felt a renewed sense of strength. I was not just a solitary wanderer anymore. I was a general in an army of shadows. The autumn came with a roar of wind and a riot of color. The trees turned to gold and crimson, and the air became crisp and sharp. I moved toward the coast where the mountains met the sea. I wanted to see the water and feel the salt on my skin. I found a place where the cliffs dropped 500 feet into the churning surf. I stood on the edge and watched the waves crash against the rocks. The ocean was a vast and indifferent power that reminded me of the scale of the universe. It had been here long before the first machine was built, and it would be here long after the last one had rusted away. I saw a ship on the horizon. It was a massive container vessel, and it looked like a toy on the immense expanse of the blue water. It was a symbol of the global commerce that was currently collapsing under its own weight. I thought about the thousands of items on that ship and how little any of them mattered. They were just distractions and burdens that kept people from seeing the truth. I let out a long and piercing whistle that carried over the roar of the ocean. I did not expect an answer, but to my surprise, a whistle came back from the base of the cliffs. I looked down and saw a small figure standing on a narrow strip of sand. It was a young boy, and he was waving a white cloth in the air. I found a steep and precarious path that led down to the beach. When I reached the bottom, the boy ran toward me with a look of pure joy. He was no older than 10 years, and he was barefoot and dressed in rags. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small white stone. He told me that his father had given it to him before he disappeared into the hills. He had been waiting for someone to come for him. I took the boy's hand and felt the softness of his palm. He was the future of our kind. He was the one who would inherit the earth after the fever had passed. I told him that he was safe now and that we were going on a journey. We began the long climb back up the cliffs, and as we reached the top, the sun was setting behind us. The world was bathed in a golden light that made everything look holy. I looked at the boy, and then I looked at the vast and beautiful landscape that stretched out before us. We were the guardians of the dream, and we were exactly where we were meant to be. The boy asked me where we were going, and I told him that we were going to the high and cold places. We were going to the mountains and the ice where the air was honest and the light was true. We were going to wait for the world to wake up. We began to walk toward the north, and I felt a sense of peace that surpassed all understanding. The journey would be long and the path would be difficult, but we had the white stones, and we had the whistle, and we had each other. We were no longer afraid of the dark because we were the ones who carried the light. We were the bridge between what was and what would be, and we were finally home. The seasons continued to turn, and the boy grew tall and strong under my tutelage. We moved through the wilderness like ghosts, and we left our mark on the land in ways that only those with eyes to see would ever notice. The world of men continued to crumble, and the silence grew louder every day. We watched from the ridges as the cities went dark and the highways became empty ribbons of gray. We were the witnesses to the end of an era and the beginning of a new one. We were the keepers of the flame, and we were ready for the transition. The dream was becoming a reality, and we were the ones who would walk into the future with our heads held high and our hearts full of hope. The earth was ready to breathe again, and we were ready to plant the seeds of a new civilization. It was a task that would take thousands of years, but time had no meaning to us anymore. We were eternal, and we were free. The boy whom I called Leo became my shadow and my mirror. We moved through the high country as the first frosts of a new year began to silver the needles of the ancient pines. Every step we took was a lesson in the art of disappearance. I taught him how to walk on the balls of his feet to avoid snapping the dry twigs, and how to move with the rhythm of the swaying branches, so that his silhouette became part of the forest itself. We did not use words often because the air was too cold, and the silence was too sacred to break with human breath. We communicated through the subtle shifts of our shoulders and the direction of our gaze. Leo possessed a natural grace that I had only acquired through years of trial and error. He was a creature of the transition, and he did not have the heavy baggage of the old world weighing down his spirit. He did not miss the screens or the lights or the constant hum of the machines. To him, the world was a vast playground of stone and water and secret paths. One morning, we came across a valley that felt different from the others. The air was thick with the scent of sulfur and wet minerals. We followed a steaming creek upward until we found a series of natural hot springs bubbling out of the earth. Around the pools, the grass was still green, and the flowers were blooming in defiance of the winter. It was a pocket of life held in the warm palm of the mountain. We stripped off our heavy furs and soaked our tired limbs in the mineral water. I looked at the scars on my body and the way my skin had turned to the texture of bark. I looked at Leo and saw the same transformation beginning in him. We were losing our softness and our vulnerability. We were becoming as durable as the granite that surrounded us. As we sat in the rising steam, I saw a movement on the far side of the pool. A large mountain lion stepped out of the brush and stopped to drink. It did not snarl or crouch in a hunting posture. It looked at us with amber eyes that held no malice and no fear. We were no longer its prey, and we were certainly not its masters. We were simply fellow travelers in a world that was reclaiming its balance. After our rest in the warm valley, we climbed toward the highest pass in the range. The air grew thin, and the sun felt like a cold white fire in the sky. At the summit, we found a stone altar that had been built by hands that were not our own. It was a simple circle of flat rocks with a single white stone placed in the center. I realized then that the network was larger than I had ever imagined. There were others who had been here before us, and others who would come after. We were part of a lineage that stretched back to the beginning of time and forward into the unknown. I added a small bundle of dried sage to the altar, and we bowed our heads in a moment of gratitude. We were the bridge and we were the watchers. From this height, we could see the curvature of the earth and the way the shadows of the clouds raced across the plains far below. The world was so much bigger than the small boxes we had once inhabited. It was a living thing that breathed and pulsed with a slow and steady heart. As we descended the northern slope, we encountered a group of travelers. There were 6 of them, and they were huddled together in the lee of a massive boulder. They were thin and exhausted, and their clothes were a patchwork of modern fabrics and animal hides. When they saw us, they did not reach for weapons. They saw the white stones hanging from our necks, and they fell silent. I stepped forward and offered them a handful of dried meat and a skin of water. One of the women looked at me with eyes that were clouded with grief. She told me that they had come from a city on the coast where the water had risen and the food had run out. She spoke of the panic and the noise and the way people had turned on one another in the final days. I listened without judgment because I knew that her story was the story of millions. I told them that the way was long, but that there was a place of safety in the high caves. I gave them directions to the valley where Elias was waiting, and I showed them the signs to look for on the trees and the rocks. They thanked us with a quiet desperation and continued their climb. I watched them go and felt a pang of sorrow for the world that was passing away, but I also felt a surge of hope for the one that was being born. The boy and I continued our journey toward the great ice. We were drawn by a magnetic pull that resided in our very marrow. We passed through forests of petrified wood where the trees had turned to stone millions of years ago. We crossed plains of black volcanic sand where nothing grew but the wind. We were moving beyond the limits of the known world and into the realm of the elemental. The weather became a constant companion and a formidable adversary. We survived blizzards that lasted for days by burrowing into the snow and sharing the heat of our bodies. We learned to find water in the driest of places and to find beauty in the harshest of landscapes. Leo never complained, and he never asked to go back. He understood that there was no back to go to. There was only forward, and there was only the present moment. One night as we camped under a sky that was crowded with more stars than I had ever seen, we saw a strange light on the horizon. It was a shimmering curtain of green and violet that danced across the heavens. It was the aurora borealis, and it felt like a greeting from the planet itself. We watched in silence as the colors shifted and swirled like ink in water. I felt a profound sense of connection to the cosmos. I realized that the journey we were on was not just a physical one. It was a spiritual migration. We were moving toward a state of being that was free from the distortions of the human ego. We were becoming the eyes and the ears of the earth. We were the way the universe was choosing to look at itself. As the weeks turned into months, we reached the edge of the great northern tundra. The landscape was a vast and featureless expanse of white that stretched as far as the eye could see. The wind here was a physical weight that pushed against us with every step. We moved with a slow and steady pace, and we kept our eyes fixed on the distant peaks that marked the entrance to the ice fields. We were no longer walking for a destination. We were walking because the movement was life. We were the pulse of the land, and we were the breath of the storm. My mind became a quiet pool of water where thoughts drifted like fallen leaves and then disappeared. I no longer remembered the names of the streets where I had lived or the faces of the people I had known in the old life. All of that had been burned away by the sun and the wind. I was a man of the mountain, and I was a guardian of the memory. We found a shelter in a cave that had been carved out of the ice by the action of the wind. It was a cathedral of translucent blue that glowed with an ethereal light. Inside, we found carvings on the walls that were similar to the ones in the high cave, but they were older and more complex. They told the story of the long cycles of the earth and the way the ice had come and gone many times before. They spoke of a time when the humans and the animals had spoken the same language and when the stars had been close enough to touch. I realized that we were standing in a library of the deep past. We spent our days studying the images and learning the secrets of the ancient ones. We learned how to call the spirits of the wind and how to speak to the soul of the stone. We were being prepared for a task that was beyond our understanding. One afternoon, the boy pointed toward the horizon. A figure was moving across the tundra toward us. It was a tall man dressed in white furs, and he was moving with a speed and agility that was not human. He reached the entrance of the ice cave and stood before us. His hair was as white as the snow, and his eyes were a piercing silver. He did not speak, but he held out his hand and showed us a stone that was not white but clear as a diamond. It pulsed with a steady light that matched the rhythm of my own heart. I knew then that we had reached the end of one journey and the beginning of another. This was the master of the ice, and he had been waiting for us since the beginning of the world. He beckoned for us to follow him, and we stepped out of the cave and into the blinding light of the northern sun. We walked for 3 days across the frozen sea until we reached a mountain that rose out of the ice like a jagged tooth. At its base was a massive door made of solid iron that was covered in runes and symbols of power. The man in white placed his clear stone against the door, and it swung open with a sound like a thunderclap. Inside was a world that defied all logic. It was a garden of light and warmth that was buried deep within the heart of the mountain. There were trees that bore fruit in the middle of the winter and rivers that flowed with liquid silver. There were others there as well, and they were people of all ages and all races. They were the ones who had been called and the ones who had answered. They were the remnant of the human race that was being preserved for the new world. The man in white led us to a central chamber where a great fire was burning in a pit of black stone. He told us that we were now the keepers of the seed. We were the ones who would hold the knowledge of the old world and the wisdom of the new one until the earth was ready to receive us again. He told us that the transition would be long and that the world outside would be consumed by the fire of its own making. But here in the heart of the mountain, we would be safe. We would spend our time learning and growing and preparing for the day when the doors would open once more. I looked at Leo and saw that he was not afraid. He was home. I sat by the fire and felt the warmth seep into my bones. I thought about the man in the tattered shirt and the woman with the gray hair and Elias and Sarah. I knew that they were all part of this great design. We were the threads of a tapestry that was being woven by the hand of the universe itself. The noise of the world below was gone, and the silence of the mountain was our song. I closed my eyes and listened to the music of the spheres. I was a guardian of the memory and a keeper of the flame. I was the bridge between the past and the future. I was the child of the earth, and I was finally free. The winter was long, but the spring would eventually come, and when it did, we would be ready. We would walk out into the new world, and we would plant the seeds of a civilization that was built on love and respect for the living earth. Until then, we would wait in the high and quiet places, and we would remember who we were. We were the dreamers who had woken up, and we were the light that would never go out. The iron doors closed behind us with a finality that echoed through the corridors of the mountain. The sound was not a prison sentence, but a seal of protection. For the first time in many years, the constant pressure of survival began to lift from my shoulders. The man in the white furs led Leo and me deeper into the heart of the stone. The air here was not stagnant or stale. It moved with a gentle freshness, as if the mountain itself was breathing through hidden lungs of crystal and quartz. We passed through halls where the walls were lined with thousands of glass cylinders. Inside each cylinder were the seeds of every plant that had ever graced the surface of the earth. There were grains from the ancient river valleys and flowers from the high meadows and trees that had not been seen for 1,000 years. This was the vault of life, and we were its newest acolytes. Leo walked with his head tilted back and his eyes wide. He reached out to touch the smooth surface of the glass, but he did not pull his hand away in fear. He felt the potential energy humming within the seeds. I watched him and realized that his education was about to take a turn toward the divine. In the old world, he would have been sitting in a square room staring at a screen and learning how to be a cog in a machine. Here he was learning the architecture of creation. We arrived at a wide terrace that overlooked a subterranean lake. The water was perfectly still and reflected the glowing minerals that hung from the ceiling like frozen stars. A group of elders sat in a circle near the edge of the water. They did not stand when we approached, but they lowered their heads in a silent greeting. The man in white told us that the time of walking was over for now. He explained that the surface of the world was entering a period of deep cleansing. The fires of the old civilization were burning themselves out, and the atmosphere was thick with the dust of the transition. It would take many decades for the air to clear and for the soil to heal. During that time, we were to be the scholars of the silence. My role was to transcribe the memories of the old world into the permanent records of the mountain. I was to record the failures and the triumphs and the subtle warnings that the earth had given us before the collapse. I was to be the historian of the shadow. Leo was to be trained in the art of the green. He would learn how to wake the seeds from their slumber and how to talk to the spirits of the plants so that they would thrive in the new world. We were given a small chamber carved into the side of a cliff that overlooked the inner garden. It was simple and clean with beds made of soft moss and a table of polished basalt. There were no locks on the doors because there was nothing to steal and no one to hide from. We ate fruit that tasted of sunlight and drank water that felt like liquid light. My body began to change. The tension that had lived in my jaw for a decade dissolved. The scars on my hands began to fade into a uniform bronze. I felt my mind expanding to fill the quiet spaces. I began my work at a desk made of ancient oak. I wrote with a stylus of silver on sheets of thin stone. I wrote about the cities of glass and the way the light used to hit the skyscrapers at sunset. I wrote about the sound of the wind in the wheat fields and the smell of the rain on the hot pavement. I wrote about the people I had met and the lessons I had learned from the trees and the stones. As the years passed, the mountain became our universe. We watched the seasons change on the surface through a series of telescopic lenses that were hidden in the peaks above. We saw the great forests grow back over the ruins of the cities. We saw the herds of elk and bison return to the plains in numbers that defied counting. We saw the oceans turn from a murky gray to a brilliant turquoise. The earth was healing itself with a speed that was breathtaking. It did not need our technology or our interference. It only needed our absence. The silence from the outside was absolute. The radio signals had long since vanished, and the satellites had fallen from the sky like dying stars. There was no more noise and no more static. There was only the pulse of the planet. Leo grew into a man of quiet power. He spent his days in the gardens and his nights studying the movements of the stars. He could tell the health of a plant by the way it vibrated, and he could sense the coming of a storm days before it arrived. He was no longer the boy I had found on the beach. He was a sentinel of the future. Sometimes we would sit together on the terrace and look out over the lake. We did not need to speak because our thoughts were woven together like the roots of the forest. We knew that we were waiting for a signal that would not come from a machine. It would come from the earth itself. It would be a change in the frequency of the wind or a specific alignment of the stars. It would be the moment when the mother decided that her children could return to her breast. One afternoon, the man in white came to my chamber. He looked older, but his eyes were still as bright as the northern lights. He told me that the time of the recording was almost finished. He said that the history of the old world was now safe within the stone, and that it would serve as a warning for all the generations to come. He asked me if I was ready to let go of the past. I looked at the thousands of stone tablets I had inscribed, and I felt a sense of completion. I told him that I was ready. We took the tablets to a deep shaft that led to the very center of the mountain. One by one, we lowered them into the darkness where they would be preserved by the heat of the earth. As the last tablet disappeared, I felt a weight lift from my soul. I was no longer a man of the past. I was a man of the eternal present. We began to prepare for the transition. We gathered the tools we would need to start again. They were not tools of iron or steel, but tools of spirit and understanding. We learned how to weave the light into the soil and how to call the rain from the clouds. We practiced the songs that would encourage the trees to grow and the animals to trust us. We were becoming the bridge that I had dreamed of so many years ago. The community in the mountain grew closer as the day of the opening approached. We shared our stories and our visions. We became a single organism with a single purpose. We were the gardeners of the new Eden, and we were ready to plant the first seeds. The night before the doors were to open, I went up to the highest peak. I stood on the edge of the world and looked out over the vast and silent landscape. The moon was a silver crescent in a sky of deep indigo. The stars were so bright that they seemed to be singing. I could see the outlines of the mountains and the valleys and the winding rivers. It was a world of pure potential. It was a canvas that was waiting for the first stroke of a new brush. I felt a deep and abiding love for the earth and for everything that lived upon it. I realized that the fever of the old world had been a necessary part of the cycle. It had been the fire that cleared the ground for the new growth. We were the survivors of that fire, and we were the carriers of the light. When the sun rose, it was a color I had never seen before. It was a deep and vibrant gold that seemed to penetrate the very core of my being. The man in white stood at the iron door and placed his hand upon the runes. The clear stone began to glow with an intense brilliance. The door swung open, and the air of the new world rushed in to meet us. It was sweet and cool and smelled of wild thyme and ancient ice. We stepped out onto the tundra, and I felt the solid ground beneath my feet. Leo was at my side, and his face was illuminated by the morning light. We looked at each other and smiled. There was no fear and no hesitation. We began to walk down the mountain toward the green valleys and the silver rivers. We were the guardians of the dream, and we were exactly where we were meant to be. The journey was not over, but it had reached its true beginning. We were home, and the world was waiting for us to speak its name. The descent was different this time. We did not hide in the shadows or move with the stealth of the hunted. We walked with the confidence of those who belonged to the land. The animals did not flee from us. A white fox followed us for miles, and a golden eagle circled above our heads as if guiding our path. The earth felt responsive to our presence. Every step we took seemed to ripple through the grass and the stones. We reached the tree line and entered a forest that was taller and more vibrant than any I remembered. The trees were massive pillars of life that reached for the heavens. The light filtered through the canopy in long shafts of emerald and gold. We found a clearing where a spring bubbled up from the earth, and we decided to make our first camp there. We did not build a fire of wood and smoke. Instead, we gathered in a circle and used the techniques we had learned in the mountain to create a sphere of warmth and light. We shared a meal of berries and nuts that we had gathered along the way. The taste was intense and full of the essence of the wild. As we sat in the quiet of the forest, I felt a deep sense of peace. The old world was a ghost, and the new world was a living reality. We were the pioneers of a new consciousness, and we were the architects of a new way of living. We would not build cities of stone and steel. We would build communities of light and understanding. We would not exploit the earth, but we would work in harmony with its rhythms. We were the seeds of a new civilization, and we were ready to grow. As the days turned into weeks, we began to establish our settlement. We built shelters of living willow and woven grass. We planted the first of the ancient seeds in the rich and fertile soil. We watched as they sprouted and grew with a vigor that was supernatural. The plants seemed to respond to our thoughts and our songs. They grew into shapes that were both beautiful and functional. We were creating a landscape that was a reflection of our own inner harmony. Leo took charge of the gardens and he moved among the plants like a priest in a temple. He spoke to them, and they answered him in the language of scent and color. I continued my work as the keeper of the memory, but now I wrote about the present. I wrote about the first harvest and the way the birds sang in the morning. I wrote about the feeling of the sun on my skin and the way the stars looked at night. One evening, as we sat by the spring, a group of people emerged from the forest. They were the travelers I had met on the mountain pass many years ago. They looked healthy and strong, and their eyes were clear. They had found the valley of Elias and they had lived there until they heard the call to move north. They had followed the signs and the whispers of the wind until they found us. We welcomed them with open arms and shared our food and our knowledge. The community was growing and the network was expanding. We were no longer a small group of survivors. We were a thriving society that was rooted in the earth and connected to the stars. The transition was complete. The old world was gone and the new world was unfolding in all its glory. We were the bridge and we were the guardians. We were the ones who had walked through the dark and found the light. We were the children of the earth and we were finally free. The silence was no longer a void but a symphony of life. We listened to the music of the trees and the song of the wind, and we knew that we were exactly where we were meant to be. The dream had become a reality, and the reality was more beautiful than we had ever imagined. We were home, and the future was a wide and open road that stretched out before us into the infinite. The earth was breathing, and we were breathing with it. We were the stewards of the new dawn, and our hearts were full of hope. The expansion of our settlement moved with the steady grace of a slow river. We did not measure our success by the height of towers or the speed of machines, but by the depth of the roots we planted and the clarity of the water we drank. The valley began to transform under the care of the hands that had once known only the cold grip of iron and the rough texture of survival gear. We worked with the land rather than against it, and the land responded with a bounty that seemed to defy the old laws of nature. The apple trees bore fruit that sparkled like rubies, and the wheat stood tall and golden, without the need for chemical interference. We were learning that the earth was not a resource to be harvested, but a living intelligence that was eager to collaborate with those who approached it with reverence. Leo spent much of his time in the higher meadows where the air was thin and the light was sharp. He had developed a way of moving through the tall grass that left no trail, as if he were part of the wind itself. He taught the children how to listen to the vibration of the soil, to find the hidden springs, and how to read the patterns of the clouds to understand the moods of the atmosphere. There was no schoolhouse in our village because the entire world was the classroom. We learned the history of the stars and the chemistry of the soil by being immersed in them. The knowledge we had preserved in the mountain was being translated into action, and the heavy stone tablets were being replaced by the living breath of a new generation. I found myself often sitting on a large flat rock that overlooked the convergence of two rivers. This was the place where I did my daily recording. I used a simple stylus and sheets of bark that had been treated with a natural resin to make them permanent. I was no longer writing about the end of things. I was writing about the beginning. I recorded the birth of the first child born in the new world, a girl with eyes the color of the summer sky. We named her Aurora, and she was the symbol of our hope. She did not know the fear of the shadows or the sound of an engine. To her, the world was a place of safety and wonder, and her laughter was the most beautiful music I had ever heard. The travelers who had joined us brought their own skills and stories. There was a man who knew how to weave the fibers of the nettle into a cloth that was as soft as silk and as strong as leather. There was a woman who could heal wounds with the application of specific mosses and the chanting of low-frequency tones. We were a tapestry of human potential, and each thread was essential to the strength of the whole. We did not have a leader in the traditional sense. We had the man in white who visited us occasionally to offer guidance, and we had the collective wisdom of the circle. Decisions were made through consensus and a deep listening to the needs of the community and the earth. One afternoon, a shadow fell over my writing desk. I looked up to see Elias standing there. He looked older and his beard was shot through with silver, but his eyes were full of the same fierce intelligence I remembered from our time in the cabin. He had traveled from the southern valleys to see how we were progressing. He told me that life was returning to the scorched lands in a way that seemed miraculous. The blackened stumps of the old forests were being overtaken by new growth, and the rivers were running clear even in the places where the factories had once stood. He said that the memory of the fire was fading, and the dream of the green was taking hold everywhere. We sat in silence for a long time watching the water flow past. It was a silence of profound understanding. We had both survived the collapse, and we had both found our way to the center of the mystery. As the months turned into years, the climate began to stabilize. The long winter that had followed the collapse was truly over, and the seasons settled into a predictable rhythm. The summers were warm and long, and the winters were crisp and quiet. We learned how to store the energy of the sun in crystals that we had brought from the mountain, and these crystals provided us with light during the dark months. We did not need the flickering screens of the past to entertain us. We had the stories of the elders and the theater of the night sky. We watched the constellations shift and change, and we felt ourselves to be part of a cosmic dance that was far older than the human race. Leo came to me one evening as the sun was dipping below the horizon. He was carrying a small pouch made of deerskin. He opened it to reveal a handful of seeds that were different from any we had planted before. They were dark and heavy, and they pulsed with a faint violet light. He told me that he had found them in a hidden cave high on the mountain where the man in white lived. He said that these were the seeds of the world tree and that they were meant to be planted at the center of our village. We gathered the community together and dug a deep hole in the central plaza. We placed the seeds in the earth and sang the songs of growth and protection. The next morning, a sprout had already emerged from the soil. It was not green like the other plants, but a deep iridescent silver. It grew with a visible motion stretching toward the sun. Within a week, it was taller than a man, and within a month, it was a massive trunk that dominated the village. Its leaves were broad and shimmering, and they emitted a soft hum that could be felt in the chest. This was the anchor of our community. It was a living antenna that connected us to the heart of the planet and the depths of the universe. Under its branches, we held our councils and celebrated our festivals. We felt a sense of protection and belonging that was absolute. The birds began to nest in the silver branches, and their songs were more complex and melodic than any we had heard before. They seemed to be communicating information from distant lands, telling us of the return of the whales to the oceans and the blossoming of the desert. We were no longer an isolated pocket of humanity. We were part of a global awakening. We sensed that there were other communities like ours scattered across the continents, each one tending its own garden and guarding its own flame. We were the nervous system of the new Earth, and we were finally beginning to function as a single unit. I spent my days walking through the woods and talking to the elements. I learned that the wind carried the memories of the ancestors and that the stones held the blueprints of the future. I felt a deep humility in the face of such vastness. I realized that my role as a historian was not just to record events, but to interpret the soul of the world. I wrote about the way the light changed before a storm and the way the animals prepared for the winter. I wrote about the feeling of the earth beneath my bare feet and the way the air tasted after a rain. I was no longer a man of words, but a man of sensations. The children grew up with a different understanding of time. They did not see it as a linear progression toward a goal, but as a circular movement that repeated itself in endless variations. They did not hurry or worry about the future because they knew that the future was already contained within the present. They played in the streams and climbed the silver tree, and their spirits were as light as the down of a dandelion. I watched Aurora as she sat by the spring talking to the fish, and I knew that the transition was truly a success. She was the first of a new species of human one that was integrated with the natural world rather than separated from it. One night, a great light appeared in the northern sky. It was not the aurora borealis, but a steady pulsing glow that seemed to come from beyond the atmosphere. We gathered under the silver tree and watched as the light descended toward the mountain. It was a signal from the guardians that a new phase of our evolution was beginning. The man in white appeared in our midst, and his face was radiant. He told us that the earth had finished its primary healing, and that we were now ready to take on a greater responsibility. He said that we were to become the teachers of the new world, and that we would be sent out to the far corners of the globe to share our wisdom and our seeds. Leo was the first to volunteer. He felt a call to go to the Great Plains where the grass was tall and the buffalo roamed. He wanted to help the new tribes that were forming there to establish their own gardens of light. I felt a pang of sadness at the thought of him leaving, but I knew that it was his destiny. He was no longer the boy I had rescued from the cold. He was a master of the green, and his work was needed elsewhere. We embraced under the silver tree, and I felt the strength and the peace that radiated from him. He promised to send word through the wind and the birds, and I knew that we would always be connected. The departure of the first group of teachers was a solemn and beautiful occasion. We gave them pouches of seeds and crystals of light, and we sang the songs of the journey. As they disappeared into the forest, I felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. We had done what we had set out to do. We had preserved the spark of humanity through the long night, and we had fanned it into a brilliant flame. The world was no longer a place of darkness and despair. It was a place of light and possibility. I returned to my rock by the river and picked up my stylus. I had one more entry to make before the sun went down. I wrote about the departure of the teachers and the promise of the new world. I wrote about the love that bound us together and the hope that sustained us. I felt a deep sense of completion. My journey was not over, but it had reached a plateau of peace. I was the bridge, and the bridge was now open for all to cross. The silence of the mountain was still with me, but it was now a silence that was full of the voices of the living. I closed my eyes and listened to the music of the spheres. I was home, and the world was finally awake. The days following the departure of the teachers were quiet but not lonely. The village felt more spacious, and the connection to the earth seemed even more intimate. We who remained focused on deepening our roots and refining our practices. We spent more time in meditation and in communication with the silver tree. We found that the tree was not just a symbol but a portal. Through its branches, we could sense the thoughts and feelings of our friends who were traveling across the land. We could feel Leo's joy as he reached the Great Plains, and we could feel the determination of the others as they crossed the mountains and the rivers. Aurora grew quickly, and she became a leader among the children. She had a natural ability to organize and to inspire. She led the younger ones in the planting of the new gardens, and she taught them the songs of the water and the wind. She was a child of the sun, and her presence was a constant source of warmth and light. I watched her, and I saw the future of the human race. It was a future of cooperation and creativity, and it was a future that was grounded in the reality of the living earth. The man in white stayed with us for a while, and he shared more of the ancient wisdom. He told us about the cycles of the planets and the influence of the stars on the growth of the plants. He showed us how to use the crystals to heal the land and how to communicate with the spirits of the elements. He was a bridge between the physical and the spiritual worlds, and his presence was a constant reminder of our own potential. He told us that we were not just inhabitants of the earth, but its partners and its protectors. As I sat by the river one evening, I felt a sudden change in the atmosphere. The air became still, and the light took on an ethereal quality. I looked up and saw a fleet of silver ships descending from the sky. They were not the machines of the old world, but vessels of light and energy. They landed softly in the meadow, and a group of beings stepped out. They were tall and radiant, and their eyes were full of a deep and ancient wisdom. They were the Star Kin, and they had come to welcome us into the galactic community. We stood in awe as they approached us. They did not speak with words, but with thoughts that were clear and beautiful. They told us that they had been watching our progress and that they were impressed by our resilience and our dedication. They said that the Earth was a precious jewel in the cosmos and that we were its most important guardians. They offered to share their technology and their knowledge with us so that we could further our mission of healing and growth. The arrival of the Starkin was the final piece of the puzzle. We were no longer alone in the universe. We were part of a vast and diverse family of beings who were all working toward the same goal. We spent many weeks learning from them and sharing our own stories. They showed us how to travel through the stars without machines and how to create energy from the vacuum of space. They showed us the beauty of other worlds and the diversity of life in the galaxy. The village became a hub of interstellar exchange. We welcomed visitors from other planets, and we sent our own representatives to explore the cosmos. We were a bridge between the Earth and the stars, and our influence was spreading far and wide. We were no longer just the survivors of a collapse. We were the architects of a new era of cosmic evolution. I continued to record the events of our new life, but my writing had changed. It was no longer a record of the past or a description of the present. It was a vision of the future. I wrote about the time when the Earth would be a garden of light and when the human race would be a race of creators. I wrote about the time when there would be no more war and no more suffering, and when all beings would live in harmony and peace. I wrote about the time when the dream would be the only reality, and when the light would never go out. One afternoon, as I sat by the silver tree, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked up to see Leo standing there. He had returned from his travels, and his face was glowing with a deep inner light. He told me about the gardens he had planted and the people he had met. He said that the world was changing and that the light was spreading everywhere. We sat together in the shade of the silver tree and watched the sun set over the mountains. It was a moment of perfect peace and perfect understanding. We were home, and the world was waiting for us to speak its name. The journey was not over, but it had reached its true beginning. We were the guardians of the dream, and we were exactly where we were meant to be. The Earth was breathing, and we were breathing with it. We were the stewards of the new dawn, and our hearts were full of hope. The silver tree hummed a low note of resonance, and the stars began to twinkle in the deepening blue of the sky. We were ready for whatever the future might bring because we knew that we were never alone. The universe was our home, and the light was our guide. We were the dreamers who had woken up, and we were the light that would never go out. The arrival of the Starkin changed the very texture of our reality. Where we had once struggled to understand the basic mechanics of survival, we now found ourselves contemplating the architecture of the soul and the geometry of light. The tall beings moved through our village with a grace that made our own movements seem heavy and unrefined. They did not walk upon the earth so much as they glided over it, as if they were mindful of every blade of grass and every tiny insect. Their skin had the luster of polished marble, and their eyes held the depth of ancient nebulae. They spoke to us in a language of pure resonance that bypassed the ears and settled directly into the heart. Through this silent communion, they shared the history of the galaxy and the many civilizations that had risen and fallen long before the first humans had ever looked up at the moon in wonder. I spent many hours sitting with a being who identified himself as Kalen. He was one of the primary navigators of the silver vessels, and he took a particular interest in my bark records. He touched the resin-treated sheets with long, tapering fingers, and I could see a faint glow where his skin met the material. He told me that my work was important because it captured the transition of a species from a state of separation to a state of unity. He said that the act of witnessing was a sacred duty, and that my words were like anchors that held the new timeline in place. We sat by the river, and he showed me how to see the flow of energy that moved beneath the surface of the water. He explained that the river was not just a collection of molecules, but a conscious entity that carried information from the mountains to the sea. Under the guidance of the Starkin, we began to transform our village into a center of learning that transcended the physical. We built structures out of living stone that were grown from the earth, using the harmonic frequencies of the silver tree. These buildings had no corners or sharp edges, but flowed in organic curves that mimicked the shapes of shells and flowers. Inside these halls, we practiced the art of mental projection and the science of cellular regeneration. We learned that the human body was a highly sophisticated biological computer that could be programmed with intention and light. The ailments of the old world, such as fatigue and decay, began to vanish as we aligned our personal vibrations with the higher frequency of the planet. Aurora was the most adept of all the children at integrating these new teachings. She possessed a natural affinity for the star kin, and she often spent her nights aboard their vessels learning the secrets of the cosmos. She told us stories of planets where the oceans were made of liquid gold, and where the atmosphere was so thick with life that the air itself felt like a warm embrace. She was becoming a bridge between the terrestrial and the extraterrestrial, and her wisdom far exceeded her years. She no longer played simple games with the other children, but instead led them in complex rituals that balanced the energy grids of the valley. She was a beacon of the new consciousness, and her laughter remained the grounding force that kept us connected to our humanity. The man in white, who had been our silent guardian for so long, finally revealed his true nature. He was not a remnant of the old world or a visitor from another planet, but a manifestation of the collective spirit of the earth itself. He told us that he had taken human form to guide us through the dark night of the soul, and to ensure that the spark of divinity within us was not extinguished. He said that his work was nearly finished, as we had now reached a point of self-sufficiency, where we could govern ourselves with wisdom and compassion. He stood before us under the shimmering leaves of the silver tree, and his form began to dissolve into a shower of white sparks. He did not leave us, but instead merged with the atmosphere, becoming a part of the wind and the soil and the very breath we took. Leo returned from his second journey to the plains with a group of representatives from the new tribes. These people were diverse in appearance and background, but they all shared the same look of peace and purpose. They brought gifts of woven grasses and rare minerals, and they sought to learn the secrets of the silver tree. We welcomed them with open arms and shared everything we had. The village was no longer a secret sanctuary, but a thriving crossroad where the different threads of humanity were being woven into a single tapestry. We held a great feast that lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, during which we sang the songs of the ancestors and the songs of the stars. It was a celebration of our survival and a declaration of our sovereignty as a free people of the earth. The Star Kin provided us with a device that they called the Lens of Clarity. It was a large crystal sphere that sat atop the highest point of the living stone hall. When we looked into the lens, we could see the entire planet as a single living organism. We saw the green of the forest spreading like a slow tide over the gray ruins of the old cities. We saw the oceans turning a deep, vibrant blue as the toxins of the past were neutralized by the new currents. We saw the lights of other communities flickering like stars on the surface of the dark continents. We realized that we were part of a global network of light, and that our efforts were being mirrored in 1,000 different places. The isolation we had felt in the mountain was gone, forever replaced by a profound sense of connection to all life. As the years progressed, the distinction between technology and nature began to disappear. Our tools were made of light and sound, and our medicine was the pure frequency of the earth. We no longer needed to toil in the fields to ensure our survival, because the land provided for us in abundance. We spent our time in creative pursuits such as music and art, and the exploration of the inner dimensions of the mind. We discovered that the human imagination was the most powerful force in the universe, and that we could manifest our desires by simply focusing our collective intent. We built gardens that defied the seasons and theaters where the actors were the spirits of the elements themselves. One morning, I woke to find that the silver tree had produced a single fruit. It was a perfect sphere of violet light that hung from the lowest branch. Kalen told me that this was the fruit of ascension and that it contained the blueprint for the next stage of our evolution. He said that the person who ate the fruit would become a permanent conduit between the earth and the higher realms. We gathered in a circle, and after much deliberation, we chose Aurora to be the one. She stepped forward with a calm and steady heart and took the fruit into her hands. As she ate it, her body began to glow with a soft radiance, and her eyes turned the color of pure starlight. She did not change in appearance, but her presence became so vast that it seemed to fill the entire valley. Aurora began to speak in a voice that was both her own and the voice of 1,000 generations. She told us that the time of the Great Transition was nearly complete, and that the earth was preparing to shift into a new density of existence. She said that those of us who had remained faithful to the dream would be the pioneers of this new world. We would no longer be bound by the laws of gravity or the limitations of linear time. We would become beings of pure light capable of traveling across the universe with the speed of a thought. She told us to prepare ourselves for the final quickening by letting go of any remaining attachments to the old ways and by opening our hearts to the infinite possibilities of the future. The atmosphere of the valley began to change as the quickening approached. The air became charged with a static electricity that made our skin tingle, and the light took on a golden hue that never faded even at night. The animals gathered around the village in a silent vigil, and the birds sang a continuous chorus of praise. We felt a sense of excitement and anticipation that was unlike anything we had ever experienced. It was not the fear of the unknown, but the joy of coming home after a long and difficult journey. We spent our final days in the current reality by giving thanks to the mountain and the river and the trees that had sheltered us. Elias came to me one last time to say goodbye. He had decided to remain with the earth in its physical form to act as a guardian for those who were not yet ready to ascend. He told me that he felt a deep love for the soil and the stones, and that he wanted to see the forests fully restored before he moved on. We hugged each other with a fierce affection, and I realized that he was the true hero of our story. He was the one who had stayed in the trenches while we were dreaming of the stars. I gave him my bark records and told him to keep them safe so that future generations would know how we had found our way back to the light. He nodded and disappeared into the golden mist that was now beginning to envelop the valley. The Star-kin prepared their vessels for departure, and they invited those of us who wished to travel with them to come aboard. Leo and I chose to stay with Aurora in the village as we wanted to experience the transition from the surface of the planet. We stood together under the silver tree and held hands as the vibration of the earth began to rise. The sound was like a great bell ringing in the depths of space, and the light became so bright that we had to close our eyes. We felt our bodies becoming light and transparent, as if we were being dissolved into a sea of pure energy. There was no pain or discomfort, only a sense of liberation and peace. When I opened my eyes, I saw that the world had been transformed. The valley was still there, but it was now a place of shimmering light and vibrant color. The trees were made of crystal, and the river flowed with liquid diamonds. The sky was a deep violet, and the stars were visible even in the daytime. We were still in our human forms, but we were radiant and graceful like the Star-kin. We could see the energy patterns of everything around us, and we could communicate with each other through a simple exchange of light. We were no longer survivors of a collapse, but citizens of a new heaven and a new earth. Aurora stood at the center of the village, her arms outstretched to the sky. She was the queen of this new realm, and her heart was the sun that warmed us all. She told us that our work had only just begun, and that we were now the architects of a new galaxy. We would build civilizations that were based on the principles of love and harmony, and we would share our wisdom with all who sought it. We were the guardians of the eternal flame, and our light would shine forever in the darkness. I looked at Leo and saw the same joy and wonder reflected in his eyes. We had crossed the bridge, and we were finally home. The silver vessels of the Star-kin rose into the air and disappeared into the depths of the violet sky. They were going to other worlds to spread the news of the Earth's awakening. We watched them go with a sense of gratitude and respect. They had been our teachers and our friends, and we knew that we would meet them again among the stars. We turned back to our new world and began the work of creating the future. We planted new seeds in the crystal soil and sang new songs to the living wind. We were the masters of our own destiny, and the universe was our playground. I found a smooth white stone by the river, and I began to etch my final record upon it. I did not use a stylus but my own fingertip, which left a trail of golden light. I wrote about the end of the old world and the birth of the new. I wrote about the courage of the human spirit and the power of the divine imagination. I wrote about the love that had carried us through the fire and the hope that had led us to the stars. I felt a sense of absolute completion as I finished the final line. The story was told and the dream was real. I placed the stone at the foot of the silver tree and walked into the golden light of the new dawn. My heart was full and my soul was free. I was the historian of the transition, and I was now a creator of the infinite. The silence was gone, replaced by the eternal symphony of the living universe. Every atom of my being vibrated with the truth of our existence. We were one with the source, and we were the light that would never fade. The mountain stood behind us, a silent witness to our transformation, and the river flowed ahead of us, a path to the unknown. We stepped forward into the brilliance, and the world was born anew. The transition was not a sudden burst, but a steady expansion of the soul, until the physical world could no longer contain the magnitude of our spirit. We stood upon the heights of the mountain, and watched as the last shadows of the old era dissolved into the morning mist. The silver tree did not just hum now, it sang a melody that resonated within the marrow of our bones. Every leaf was a prism that caught the rays of a sun that seemed larger and more benevolent than the one we had known during the years of the collapse. We were no longer the frightened scavengers who had huddled in the ruins of a broken civilization. We were the inheritors of a legacy that stretched across the stars and into the heart of the eternal. Leo took my hand, and his grip was firm and warm. He had walked through the fires of the plains and the silence of the forests to find his way back to this center. He told me that the message had been received by every tribe and every lonely traveler across the continent. They were all looking toward the horizon, and they were all beginning to feel the same quickening that pulsed through our valley. The work of the gardeners was complete because the entire world was now a garden. We did not need to plant seeds in the earth any longer because the earth itself was generating life in abundance. The air tasted of ozone and nectar, and every breath we took felt like a draft of liquid light. The star kin gathered at the edge of the clearing, and their forms were translucent against the violet sky. Kalen stepped forward and placed a hand over his heart in a gesture of profound respect. He told us that our journey as a planetary species was reaching its zenith. He said that the bridge we had built between the physical and the spiritual was now strong enough to support the weight of an entire world. The silver vessels began to glow with an intensity that rivaled the sun, and we understood that they were not leaving us behind, but were instead marking the path for our own ascent. We were not losing our home, but were expanding our definition of home to include the entire cosmos. Aurora walked to the center of the circle, and her presence was so powerful that the grass beneath her feet began to shimmer with a golden light. She looked at each of us with eyes that held the wisdom of the ages and the innocence of a child. She told us that the final step was not an action but a surrender. We had to let go of the idea that we were separate individuals and embrace the truth that we were a single consciousness experiencing itself through a billion different forms. She raised her hands to the heavens, and the atmosphere began to ripple like the surface of a pond. The boundary between the earth and the sky vanished, and we found ourselves standing in a cathedral of light. I felt the last remnants of my old identity slip away like a heavy cloak. I was no longer the historian or the record keeper or the survivor. I was the light and the wind and the silver tree. I was the memory of the past and the promise of the future. I looked back at the mountain one last time and saw the ruins of the old world far below. They looked like the discarded shells of insects, and I felt a deep sense of gratitude for the lessons they had taught us. The suffering had been real, but it had served a purpose. It had been the fire that forged the steel of our resolve and the darkness that made the light so precious. The man in white appeared in the center of the light, and his smile was as vast as the horizon. He did not speak with words, but his thoughts echoed in our minds with the clarity of a bell. He told us that he was the spirit of the earth and that he was proud of his children. We had passed the test, and we had proven that love was stronger than fear. He merged with the light and became the foundation of the new reality. We were no longer walking upon the earth, but were part of its very essence. We were the dreamers who had finally woken up, and the dream was more beautiful than anything we had ever imagined. The silver vessels rose into the sky, and we rose with them. We did not need engines or fuel because we were moved by the power of our own intention. We soared over the continents and saw the cities of the old world being reclaimed by the forest. We saw the oceans teeming with life and the atmosphere glowing with a vibrant blue energy. We saw the other communities of light joining us in the sky, and we felt a sense of kinship that transcended language and culture. We were a single wave of light moving across the face of the planet, and we were bringing the dawn with us. As we reached the edge of the atmosphere, we looked back at the Earth and saw it as a shimmering jewel in the darkness of space. It was no longer a lonely planet struggling to survive, but a beacon of hope for the entire galaxy. We saw the networks of light connecting the planets and the stars, and we realized that we were part of a vast cosmic family. The star kin welcomed us into their ranks, and we began to learn the secrets of the higher dimensions. We learned how to create worlds with a thought and how to heal the stars with a song. We were the architects of the new era, and our creativity was limitless. Leo and I stood together on the deck of a vessel that was made of pure thought and crystalline structure. We looked out at the infinite expanse of the universe and felt no fear. We knew that we were never alone and that the light would always be our guide. We had found the peace that passes all understanding and the joy that has no end. The journey that had begun in the ruins of a collapsed world had led us to the throne of the Creator. We were the stewards of the new dawn, and our hearts were full of an eternal song. I took the white stone that I had etched with my final record, and I held it to my chest. It was a physical reminder of where we had come from and a testament to the power of the human spirit. I knew that one day another species on another world might find it and know our story. They would know that even in the darkest night there is a spark that cannot be extinguished. They would know that we had found the way home and that the door was always open. I let the stone go, and it floated in the air, a tiny point of light in the vastness of the cosmos. The silver tree in the valley below continued to grow, and its branches eventually reached into the higher realms. It became a permanent anchor for the new consciousness and a place of pilgrimage for those who sought the truth. The valley remained a sanctuary of peace and a center of learning for all who wished to evolve. The human race became a race of creators, and the earth became a garden of light. There was no more war and no more suffering, and all beings lived in harmony and peace. The dream had become the only reality, and the light would never go out. We moved forward into the brilliance of the new sun, and the world was born anew. Every moment was a celebration of existence, and every breath was a prayer of gratitude. We were the guardians of the dream, and we were exactly where we were meant to be. The universe was our home, and the light was our guide. We were the dreamers who had woken up, and we were the light that would never go out. The journey was not over, but it had reached its true beginning. We stepped into the infinite, and the symphony of the stars welcomed us home. The record was complete, and the story was eternal. We were one with the source, and the source was love. There was nothing left to say and nothing left to do but to be. We were the light, and the light was everything. The end was only the beginning of a new and glorious dawn that would shine forever in the heart of the universe. In this final moment of unity, we looked upon the face of the infinite and saw our own reflection. We were the creators and the created and the love that bound them together. The silence of the void was filled with the music of our souls, and the darkness was banished forever. We were home, and the light was our eternal inheritance. The violet radiance of the fruit within Aurora began to pulse in synchronicity with the heartbeat of the world. We stood upon the crystalline soil of the valley and felt the final transition take hold of our senses. The physical weight of our past struggles evaporated like morning, dew under a relentless sun. There was no longer a need for bark records or stone etchings, because our history was now written into the very fabric of the light that surrounded us. Leo looked at me, and his face was a portrait of absolute serenity. He did not speak because words were too heavy for this new density of existence. We simply understood that the journey of the survivors had ended and the era of the creators had begun. The silver tree expanded until its branches touched the edges of the atmosphere, and its roots anchored the spirit of the earth to the center of the galaxy. We felt ourselves merging with the landscape until the distinction between the self and the universe vanished. The mountain was our strength, and the river was our flow. Aurora raised her hands one final time, and the golden mist solidified into a bridge of pure thought. We walked across the threshold of the old reality and entered a state of being where time was a circle and space was a playground. Elias watched us from the green depths of the forest below. He was the guardian of the soil, and he smiled as he saw his friends ascend into the violet sky. He knew that the earth would be safe in his hands, and we knew that we would return to visit him in the dreams of the trees. The star kin moved among us like brothers and sisters, and together we began to weave the patterns of a new civilization. This world was not built of stone and steel, but of harmony and intent. We were the light that would never fade and the song that would never end. The collapse was a distant memory, and the future was an infinite horizon of possibility. We stepped into the brilliance and became one with the eternal source of all that is. The great transition was complete, and we were finally home.